Hello, this is Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, UGears US. Today we're going to be assembling model Aviator by UGears. This is one of the fairly recent models. I just haven't had a chance to get to it. But just like with any other models, let's start the assembly. This is brand new packaging, as you can see, and actually wanted to get to that model sooner than later, and unfortunately haven't had time to do that. I know it's going to take some time to put it together, but we'll see. So this model comes with 8 boards with the instructions manual there. There's a lot of the rubber bands here, candle wax stick, there's a little paper clip, these 2 little sets of boards. That's you got a helicopter and the little airplane to attach to the the tower with, I guess, with control tower. Obviously a lot of toothpicks, some thick rubber bands, and that's about it for the components. So I'm gonna set it aside, then go ahead and open the main boards. Everything is shrink wrapped in plastic just to make sure that moisture doesn't get to it and it's stored properly. I'd still recommend to store it in a cool, dry place. And as I mentioned, there's 8 boards and instructions manual. There's a page with explanation or introduction to the designers. Some quotes, part replacement information, which you can either contact the manufacturer by going to their website, or you can send me email and I can replace the parts for you at no charge if you place the order with us through www.ugears.us, or if you place it elsewhere, I can forward the info to the manufacturer, or for a small fee of $3.50, I can ship it from my warehouse in Chicago. So it'll reach to you faster, and just the fee to cover the postage cost and the envelope. I'm not charging anything for the parts. Just send email to info@ugears.us and we can explain to you how the replacement part works, or you can go to our website. There is a link with the replacement part information. So let's start with the manual. As always, do not light the candle that you use to wax the parts. Do not press with your finger onto the toothpick, as you will hurt yourself. Let's go through a little legend here, icons that were used out throughout the manual. Got candle wax with the little toothpick and a gear drawing. That means you need to apply candle wax on there, or any kind of hard lubricant. I actually have one that meant to try out, but it's a dry graphite lubricant, but I see it is dark color, so I don't want to use it. I don't want to try it out. I need probably to see if there is a colorless or something similar without a color to it, because I don't want to add colors. Next icon, it's use X-Acto knife. That's the only tool that you need outside of the kit. Doesn't come with it. Candle wax comes with it, but personally I prefer to use one from IKEA. That's a little tea light candle. I find it to be softer and it's just easier to apply. Easy get on a finger and put it on a part. Exclamation point, you need to pay close attention to what instructions say, otherwise the model will not work. If you see a little gear mechanism, make sure it's operating. So at that point of the instructions, just check, make sure, we'll go through it, but check to make sure that the mechanism is moves smoothly. If you see the mirror, that means you need to either assemble it in a mirror version, opposite, or you just need to attach it from a different direction. If you see a little sandpaper, you need to sand the parts, and that's it. Oh, and obviously if you see on the board additional, but add plus symbol with a little wrench on there, that's additional part or spare component, just to make sure that if you break one, there's one extra. So like this sign right here on the board, that's a spare component. You're not going to use it in assembly unless you break the original part. Also, toothpicks are included. This is just a sample or approximate dimensions on it. It's just a regular 2-point toothpicks that can be purchased at any grocery store or convenience store, or usually readily available in any household. So you can use those if toothpicks, because unfortunately occasionally they come with a defect. So if they do, as I said, you can just use the regular toothpicks that are available here in the United States. Also, they do provide the helping tool. It is located on board number 1 in the top left corner here, so you can just pull it out right away. It's got some measurement on here, and you can use it to punch out, measure something, so it's going to be used throughout the assembly. You can also put it on the side. So let's go ahead and start with the assembly. First step, we're on page 4. That's going to be, we need part number 1 and 4 parts number 3. So parts number 3 are in the top left corner here. So here, where the tool comes handy is just you push the parts out, and we do need 4 of them. And also you need part number 1, which is on the about middle, a little above the middle on the left hand side. So part number 1, and we insert 4 of these guys here. And just to make sure they sit fully seated in on that assembly. Then we need 2 toothpicks cut in half. And we insert them from the bottom into part 1 through the 4 holes that are available there. So they're going to be sticking out in the same direction as parts number 3. If it was a little hard to push it through, I usually use leverage, which is table in my case, and just push it out until they're flush from the back. So if they're not, I mean, you can use your helping tool, just push them in, and they're flush. Let's see, step number 3, we need part number 4, which is also on board number 1, top right corner. There's 2 of them, as we're going to be making 2 of these sub-assemblies. So top right corner, I'm going to go with that one first. I guess it doesn't matter which way you put it in, but it's going to go over that assembly. And then we need part number 5, which is, let's see, on the top left corner here, there's a set. So that one, I do have a precision file, or you can use the sandpaper that is provided inside the box. Just send off the connection points and apply a little bit of wax per the instructions in step 4. So in my case, I just dip it into the candle wax that I have, and that goes inside there in between middle hole. Just sit over the hole. Now we need step number 5. We need parts number 2. We need 4 of them. They're top left corner, all the way in the corner. So use your helping tool to get those out. And we need 2, same thing, send them and just a connection points. They're going to be used as the, I guess, bearings. So I'm just sanding off the connection points, and we need to apply a little bit of a wax on them. I'm just using my fingers on the wax. This that's why the that tea light candle wax is a little better preference, because I can just apply some to my finger and put it on a part. So these go all the way in to be sandwiched in between the part number 5 and part number 4. All the way down to the surface, and then we cover it up with part number 1 again, which is on board number 1 on the left side, about the middle of the board. Once again, it's going to go through the toothpicks, and then as far as it can go, and then it locks onto part number 3. You might need to use the tool a little bit to adjust the parts number 3 so it fits right into the holes. And press it in to lock it in place. Once again, as far as they can go. You might want to do the toothpicks, readjust the toothpicks again, push them back out if they pulled out. And then if you can see the part number 3 sticking out a little bit on both ends. So, and also that needs to somewhat freely rotate inside. And after that, we are taking the toothpicks out. So just the way I do it is I pre-cut it and then break it off. Sometimes just cut it and it flies off, so it's another option. Now we have our assembly here. That's done with step number 7. Moving on to step number 8, we need part number 6, which is in the top right corner here. And we need 2 of them, and the same thing, they need to be sanded and waxed. So I use the precision file. I just, that one, I think it was Harbor Freight tools. It was like $1 or something like that for that file. So same thing, a little bit of a wax, as we're going to be inserting that part into something. And that goes on the side of part number 4. These little tabs on the right and left, just like that. So internal part spins around, and we need to make a second just like that, second one. So we need 2 part number 1s, 4 part number 3s, part number 4, it's right here at the center, a little bit above the middle. Part number 5, 4 number 2s. So we're pretty much just repeating the steps that we did with the previous sub-assembly. Oh, and 2 toothpicks, obviously, with it cut in half. All right, so parts number 3, insert it into 1. Then toothpicks. All the way in. And I'm gonna push them in flat. With the surface. Next step is number 4, goes over it. Number 5, sand off the connection points, a little wax on it. Put it inside. And just sit flat against part number 1. Then 4 little number 2s, same thing, just sand off the connection points. And we're done. Oh, obviously a little wax on these two. That goes all the way, they go all the way in between parts number 5 and 4. Need to push the parts number 5 a little bit to get it seated, and then cover it up with part number 1. Make sure number 3s are lined up. And as they do, just push it in as far as it can go. Readjust the toothpicks. Spin it around a few times, so the operation is easy. And then cut off the toothpicks that are sticking out. All right, so we're done. We have 2 times subassembly A1, and we're done with page number 4. Moving on to the page number 5. Need parts number 8, 7, and 8. So both of those are on board number 1. 2 8s on the bottom here, all the way to the bottom left, center. 2 8s, and then 1 number 7. Number 7s are right here at the center. So these parts are fragile. There's 4 corners, and that's where the connection points are at. So you want to disconnect the connection points first. Let's see, the 8 with the semicircle round portion away from you. And put it into 1. I'm applying the pressure to the leg. You don't want to squeeze it from the top. And then the other one that goes on top, it's in the same, make sure it's the same outline, same direction for the circular portion of it. Once again, I don't want to squeeze it because I'm afraid I'm going to break it. It looks like fragile part. And then we need 2 parts number 9 for the step number 2. Part number 9s are here and bottom a little bit to the right. So the connection points, usually you can see them. If you turn it upside down, they're actually better visible from this side. So you can estimate where the connection points are at and apply a little bit of pressure there. Just make sure you not to break that part while you're doing that, because they're fairly fragile. So we need 2 of those, and those go from the top into the same holes. So I'm holding number 7 by the legs and just putting the number 9s in the same slots. And so that's going to be our A2, and we need 3 of those. So use up the rest of the number 8s. And just repeat steps 1 and 2 more times. I'm just pulling all the parts out. Number 7. Number 9s. The other option is you can go from the back, use your X-Acto knife, look at connection points and just pre-cut it, a little pressure with X-Acto knife. That actually, as you can hear, a little snapping noise, and just cutting out those connection points. And then once you do, the parts pretty much just fall out from the board. All right, so we're in repeating steps 1 through 2. And once again, make sure they're facing number 8 or facing the same direction. All right, that's second set, and then that's set number 3. I'm wiggling the part a little bit too to get it into the holes. So not too hard, but just enough to squeeze it in if it doesn't go very easy. All right. And that completes our step number 3. We got 3 times the A2. Next step, we need part number, this is step number 4. We need part number 10 and 11. So those are on board number 2 in the top right corner. So there's some parts inside of it. So we're gonna push the parts out first, the number 10s. I'm gonna do 2 of them because it says we need to do it twice. So 2 number A3s, and then internal components, you just push it from the other side, and that helps these fibers that are connection points to stay on this piece rather than pulling it off of the piece that you're using, of the part. So these internal components I'm going to put on this side. We need, for each sub-assembly, we need 4 number 11s, and so total we need 8. They're top corner, top right corner, top left corner. There's some on the bottom there. I guess we're gonna use them later too. And then we need 4 number 6 parts. They're gonna be on board back in board number 1. They're top right corner here. Oh, and that's what I forgot to do. As I see, the parts are missing. We need 4, and we need 2 for the A1 that I didn't pay attention to, and I forgot to add those in. All right, so I'm gonna sand and wax all of them. Number 6s, I mean. All right, and now apply wax. And 2 of them I'm gonna put on A1, the one that I forgot to put it in the beginning. I would eventually have to when I get to the assembling that, but we might as well do it just to make sure that we're on the same page. All right, and then back to the assembly step number 4. So we need 4 of these into the slots that are right next to the round holes. So it looks like the slots are in horizontal direction for me. All the way in. So I'm just pushing these parts in to the slots and pushing them all the way in, just like that. That's number 4. Number 5 step is we already waxed these and sanded and waxed, so these go on the ends of these part number 10 all the way in. All right, and then we got 2 of A3s ready. Next step is step number 7. We need part number 12 and 13. So they're both on board number 1. First 12 is right here, bottom left corner. Push it out, apply the pressure evenly. And then part number 13 are right here, right in the middle, almost at the bottom. So we need 1 of these. Actually, let me pull that one out completely. It'll just be easier. And then part number 14 for the step number 2. So let's see, put the number 13 in here first. Once I do, I would apply a little bit of a couple runs of sandpaper or file just to smooth out the surface on the number 13. Then we need to apply a little bit of wax on the sides there, and then part number 14, which is on, let's see, board number 2, right top in the center here. That one goes over the top all the way down. So that's our A4 we're gonna put on the side, and we need 2 of those. So same assembly, we need number 12, which is right almost in the middle here. Number 13. Let's see, I can send it while I'm holding it in my hands a little bit. put it in onto the part number 12, all the way in. Put a wax on it, on all the round pieces here. And then part number 14 from board number 2 at the top all the way there, through 12 all the way down to that round piece. So there's going to be movement like that. So we got 2 of those done with page number 5. Moving on to the page number 6. So then we take A3 and 2 of these A4s that we did, and then these go right into the hole, and we insert it over the parts number 11 here, just like that. Possibly not too tight. Make sure there is still movement. Easy movement, because if you press it too hard, it's not going to be moving too easy. But still, we need to make sure that they all the way in, and then you work it out just to get it moving, the A4s. So this is our A1. A1A. A1A. It's going to get confusing. Step number 3, we need part number 15. Once again, 14 and 13. So the 15s are on board number 1 again. They're on the left bottom corner here. So I'm going to put both of them out because we also need 2 of those. So 13, we still have that section out, so we need 2 of those. And 2 14s. 1 14 is both of them are on the top of board, top center of board number 2. So we just need 2. Same thing here. We're gonna send our number 13, 1 and 2. Put it onto number 15s. Apply wax. Put number 14s through it, through the other end, all the way up to the round ones. Those are A5s. And then we take the second A3 and we put those here into the round openings, in the circle openings there. Once again, push it as far as it can go and then work it out so it moves nice and freely and easy. All right, we're done with these 2. That's going to be our 2A. Alrighty, nice and easy movement. Next step, number 7, we need parts number 16, 2 of them. They're on board number 1, and they're on the right corner, right side here, right corner. They're long, that it's almost taking the full side. So part number 16, and it's right, the other one is right below it. Careful, maybe fragile. And then we take one of the A1s. Now let's see, with the opening, the little tab here, open tab slot facing away from you. And then we take the 16th with the extensions towards you. We put that into there's little open slides or slots here and slots here on the side. So that's the way you put those into those slots, all the way in. As far as they can go. So there's like a little tab here that's gonna go into the hole. Just like that. We're done with step number 8. Step number 9, we need to wax these little 2 tabs here. Or we should have waxed those 2, but it's all right. And then we take 1A with the longer pieces, and that's gonna go, we squeeze these here a little bit, push these through into the hole. Moving on to the page number 7. And let's see. So the part, this one, A1 is still on the top. We're not pushing it through the circle. And we insert the second A1, same direction, at the top here. Just like that. Alrighty, that's our step number 2. Step number 3 is we take the A2, and from the outside, so where the A1 is in the smaller side, from that side we insert the A2 into the slots, with the round pieces facing towards inside. So let's see, we kind of need to wiggle it in. One side, and then we can squeeze it in carefully into the other side, just like that, and lock it in. And then lock it onto the long extensions. The number, I think it was 8 pieces, so there's some holes in that, number 16, so push those in into those holes, just like that. And then step number 4, we take the second one and insert it here on the other side. So it's going to be, I think, either side. Just like that. And then step number 5, or next page I should say, step page number 8, step number 1. The third one goes into the third set of holes on the right here. Once again, make sure that the round is facing towards the inside. So we lift it up a little bit, get it into the holes. So it sits nice and tight. Get it into the slots here, into the number 16, just like that. We're done with step number 1. Step number 2, we need the third number 16, which is on board number 1, right here in the middle. So, and that one's gonna go through the bottom. We need to wax a little bit this slot here and slot in the top. And that's gonna go from the bottom through the hole, and we're gonna insert it in. Let's see, too far. So that slot goes into the slot right here. And we're kind of spreading these up a little bit. The A2s that we just inserted. Hold on, I didn't get to it yet. Separating these slightly, don't apply too much pressure. sure it's lined up. So that one, we got the bottom one and then the top. Until it clicks. And then insert the A2s into the corresponding slots just to lock it in place. Just like that. We're done with step number 3 and 4. Moving on to the page number 9. Let's see, step number 1, we need 2 parts number 17. Actually, we need total, and for step 2, we need 4 more. So total of 6. They're all on board number 8. There's one bottom right, 2 right here in the middle. One in the middle to the right, 17 right in the center, halfway above the middle to the top, and a little bit to the right. So we got 6 of these, and these go over these 2 tabs just to lock everything in place. If they don't go in easily, you can apply a little bit of wax on these tabs, and then it should go in much smoother. Try not to break anything off. Make sure that these are in the slots. Insert it completely. I'm squeeze it up a little bit, and it should go in much smoother. Locking these in place. So I'm pressing on these 2 and then inserting part number 17 over it. So we're done with step number 1, 2, 3. Next step is number 4. We need 2 parts number 18. They're on top of board number 1, right here. And those apply a little wax on the tabs. And these go, let's see, over these round pieces right here. Number 6. Of part subassembly A1 on the bottom, just like that. So they're sitting right here on these tabs. And then page number 10, step number 1 is we push the I guess 1A piece, 4 holes here, 2 holes here. We put right onto these little tabs. So I'm going to do one side first. Over, and then the second part we put it over and then insert it make sure the other one side sits there just like that. So now we can have a motion like this, and we're done with step number 2. Step number 3 is that, let's see, we need part number 19 and 20. And 3 times we need to repeat the same process. And all of those on board number 3. So we got 19s are in the top right corner here. Gonna put them on the right hand side, and then 20s are on the left hand side, right in the middle. So these, we got a little tabs here, so we want to wax them a little bit. Well, not that much. And then 19, same tabs, they're just facing the other direction. We also want to wax them a little bit. And that's going to go into these openings here. So 19 is from the right side, so the slots right here. And then 20 is from the other side. They're kind of like lower the tabs. And we squeeze them in. To get it assembled. Let's see. Kind of work it in a little bit. Here you go. And just like that. Until they're flush on both sides. And we repeat the same thing 3 times. We want to do either a little bit more wax. And you want to apply all over these little tabs because they are somewhat hard to push in. But so 19 towards the top of these slots, 20 is towards the bottom of these slots. And then you work them in. A little more wax. All over the place. These tabs. 19 towards the top, 20 towards the bottom. And work them in. All the way in. All right. That completes. Clean off the wax if you have some extras on there. That completes step number 4. Moving on to the page number 11. Step number 1, I'm gonna put it on the side. Step number 1 is parts number 22. They're both on board number 1, right in the center here. Part number 21. That one's to the left of them, right in the middle, to the left of the center line. And then these 22s with the circular hole facing down, the 22 goes with the round portion towards inside into these little holes here. And that goes, we need another 21, which is to the right of these, right in the middle, to the right of the center line. So this goes at the top, A1, and then the holes go over number 6s here, and then plug it in with the 22. Just like that. So moving part, we're done with page number 11. Moving on to the page number 12. We take the 2A that we had assembled, and that goes right into these 21 parts. So there's these sluts. You want to put a little bit of a wax on here, maybe on these tabs. goes over. Oop. Might want to clean out that wax. Maybe applied a little bit too much. And the 21 goes into these slots, openings, all the way in. Just like that. We're done with step number 1 and 2. And then step number 3 is that we connect these rods just like this. You line them and squeeze them together from one side. Until they're flush. And the other side, same thing. I'm going to use helping tool in a second. Just lining these up. And we need to get them flush with each other. Using helping tool. Here we go. Until they're flush. That concludes step number 3. And then step number 4, we need to connect these links with parts number 24 and 23. They're also on board number 1. 24s are right here, so we need 4 of these. They're right at the top there. And 23s are on the to the left of the center line, halfway between the middle and bottom. So we line these up, push the 24s through it, and to make sure that it goes through the 2 parts all the way in. Just like that. And then on the other side, same thing. Moving on to the page number 13. I'm done with that part, step number 1. Step number 2, we need part number 25, 26, and 25. So 25s were inside these circles, those on board number 2. So we push these out. We got part number 77 left there. On both of those. And then parts number 26, they're also on board number 2. On the bottom left here. Long pieces. Careful separating them, they're long and fragile. Oops, got a large part here, 76 out accidentally. Make sure we don't lose it. I don't think I'll be able to, but okay. So that goes over the top here. We do the 26 once again with the circular opening towards the bottom. 26 get inserted here into the slots, rectangular holes. And then we go over number 6 on the very top part. Another 25 from the other side. And the 26s are inserted into the slots. And lining it up. And push it in. Push it in. All the way in so it locks them in place, just like that. And that we're done with the steps number 2, 3, and 4, and page number 13. So we have nice moving piece here. Moving on to the page number 14. Page 14, step 1, 3 toothpicks, snapped in half. let's see, on part number 27. They're on board number 4. To the left here, there's 2 of them, and we need both. Let's see. There's like a little tab here. So that should be, well, doesn't matter at this point of time. But once you match up the other number 27, it should be, they should match like a little dot on the tab. They should match together. So we're putting the toothpicks from the bottom, and I'm pushing it against the table, so give myself a little bit of a leverage and get them flush on the surface there. So matching up the 2 holes, and try to push the part a little bit at a time, just to make sure you don't snap it. Just like that. Push it together until it's flush. That's step number 2. And then step number 3, we need to cut off the toothpicks. And then we use the sandpaper. That's also part of the step number 3. And we, not sure if one side or both sides, we need to sand the side here. So I'm gonna actually do the both sides, just a little bit. I don't think you need much, just so it's nice and smooth, and I'll do it on both sides. Nice and smooth. Run your fingers through. Step number 4, we need parts number 29, 2 29s and 1 28. They're both on board number 5. So we're already board number 5. And part number, let's see, 28 and 29. Oh, sorry. They're still on board number 4. Number 5, that's going to be a little bit further. So on board number 4, and number 28 is right here at this, a little bit below the middle to the left of the center line. Might want to use some careful with that part not to break it. And parts number 29, let's see, they're right here within this circle here. We need 2 of them at this time, so they are right at the center line. That you can find these 2. So I'm pushing like the whole block out first. And then doing the parts. And that goes, because there's going to be some movement on these angles, I would put a little bit of a wax, though it's not specified, but just in case. So we do 28s on 2 of them, on 2 sides. And then that goes into the part number 30, and then part number 30 is the one on board number 5. Let's see, board number 5 right at the center here, middle and a little bit to the left of the center line. So we take the block out and then push the part out, and that goes into these 2 holes, the part number 29, all the way in. Next step is we need part number 31, which is on board number 4, back to 4. And then 31 is going to be right here, bottom left. And then another piece 28, which is right on top of it. That one I'm gonna also wax a little. So we're gonna put a 31 on one of the ends of the bottom 28. And then the top 28 goes right in the top hole. And let's see, we need also part number 32 and 31 again. 32 is on board number 5. A little below the middle, to the right, all the way at the edge there. And then part number 31 is to the right of the center line, a little bit above the middle there on board number 4. So I'm gonna, let's see, we need to put the 32 in first. So I'm gonna take the 31 out to push the 32 in. And then put it back on. And put the other 31 on the opposite end. Let's see if I'll be able to. Get it in. I need to start it, so I'm gonna put it on the table, start it first, giving a little bit space so I can still insert this into the 31 on the bottom, which didn't help much, but at least because I started it, so it's easier to get it in the second time. And then the other 32 piece at the top, or 28, and then I'm gonna push it in to snap these two together. And then I want to make sure that part number 31 is all the way in, so I'm gonna apply a little bit more pressure and get it in there. So now we have movement in all of it, and we're done with step number 8 on page 14. Page 15, another 2 numbers 29. They're also on board number 4, bottom right here within the large circle 46. So you can either push the parts out or the blocks. Well, we need to get the blocks out anyway. So I'm gonna push it out. And step number 1, we put the 29s onto the ends of 28 here, the free ends. All right, so we're done with that sub-assembly. Gonna put it on the side. The next one is we take that long piece and we put number 33. I'm gonna clean off toothpicks here. We're gonna put part number 33 through that sub-assembly of 2/27. Part number 33 is on board number 5. And it's at the top here, above the middle line, to the left of the center line a little bit. And that goes through and all the way to the end. I guess that's why we needed to send. Let's see if there's a directionality. Now it should be square. So the two, yeah, there is a directionality. So the holes, the square little holes, should be on the burnt edge. And then you push it through. So if it doesn't go through, there are toothpicks that are preventing it from going further. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sand it the side with the toothpick also to make sure it's nice and flat. So now all the sides are sanded. And I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on them too to get that part all the way in. Kind of give it a slide. All right, so now it should go down easier, and you push it all the way down to that edge here. So it's gonna sit against that little tabs on the end of the 27s. And then the step number 3, you insert the sub-assembly that we completed in step number 1 from the outside edge into these holes. One side is done, and the second side. So now that sub-assembly is on the end, and we're done with step number 4. That's gonna be our part 3A. And now with the larger assembly, with these little rocket looking thing on the bottom, that sub-assembly goes all the way in through the first hole. Let's see if there's any specific directionality. Doesn't look like it. Then you line it up with the second hole. Might want to rotate it a little bit. Well, not might, but need to rotate it. Moving on to the page number 16, and that goes all the way in. Good thing we waxed it and sanded it. Let's see how far. I think the top portion needs to line up with this with these two pieces here. So looks like about that distance. Could probably go further. So like, I guess at this point of time I'm gonna leave it so that edge lines up with the holes here. Move it up a little bit. So with the little cutouts on these long legs, or the end of tabs, so that's where I left that long part lined up with. And we're gonna put it on the side for now. Next, step number 1 on page 16. We need toothpicks split in half 3 times. So 3 toothpicks. Have some parts left over here. Let's see. Yeah, so we can use these because they're not, they're long enough to be used. And we need 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So part number 34, that's on board number 3. Let's see. and that's right here on in the middle to the right. So we take that full circle out, and let's see, we're gonna need another part from here, and we need to take these internal parts out, so I'm pushing it from the other side to make sure that I don't peel the white fibers from the part number 34. So I'm gonna take these 53s out. I'm gonna put them on the side, not to forget where they at. There is a spare 153, a set of 2 spare ones. So pushing all these out so they're not on the way. And then the centerpiece, these are all additional parts, looks like it. Number 37s and 5. All right, so we have that part number 34 nice and clear, and then the toothpicks go through these 4 holes that are innermost, and then the 2 holes right next to the smaller holes here. We keep these open for now. That's the next step. So innermost holes, 6 innermost holes for the toothpicks. That's the ones that we're using at this point of time. And next step, number 2, is we need to get part number 35, which is on board number 3. And let's see, that's the 135, that's the larger circle right here. So there's a 44 inside, and there's some parts number 39. So we take I'm gonna take 39s out, separate them, and then the other circle, that's the number 44. So I'm also gonna put it on the side with that outer piece to make sure that we know what part number it is. And now we put the 35 over that part number 34, over the toothpicks, all the way up to the surface, and we cut off these toothpicks. Our next step, we need 4 more toothpicks. Cut in half. One, 2, 3, 4. And these gonna go on the outermost holes of part number 34. Yep, broke one. So I broken 2 already. It's okay, I'm gonna replace them. As I said, I just need enough length to put another part through it, so should be good with a smaller size. And all 8 go in here, and then we need part 36 for the next step. Off of board number 4. So we'll need to wax on the outside, and I'm gonna use the sandpaper to clean the outside of this connection points, little bridges. And we need to wax the outside of that part. I guess in that case, the wax provided with the model would be better because it's a smaller piece. And then we need part number 36 on board number 4. Not 36, that's the circle right here. Big gear. Take out the interior pieces. And we need to clean up the birds and little edges here. And then it's, let's see, probably not gonna work with that wax. So I'm gonna use the wax provided in this case, just because I can't stick the gears into this one. Although if I squeeze it a little bit, maybe I could. No? Oh yeah. So, let's see. All right, and then that part gets over the toothpicks, the 8 toothpicks that we have here. And then you need to try to push it simultaneously so you don't break the part. Little by little. We're gonna get that part all the way in. All right, now it's sitting nice and tight. I'll just double check, make sure that it's all the way down to the surface, and then we can snap off the toothpicks per step number 6. So the part is completely on, and we're done with page number 16. Moving on to the page number 17, and then once again it shows to wax these, actually maybe this surface on the top. So here I'm gonna put a little bit of sandpaper to the toothpicks. We did already send the I don't know if we need, but just in case, I'm gonna wax it here. All right, I'm gonna put it on this side now. Step number 2, we need part number 38, which is on board number 3. So, and this is a large piece right at the top here. So once again, push the part out, and then get on from the opposite direction, push all these internal parts from that piece. Put it on the side, and now we need parts number 37. Let's see, those are not additional, but they're on one of the circles that we pulled out. We're on the board number 3, right at the middle here. So there's additional part number 5, but 37s are not. So those are the ones that we need to use. So the 5 additional I'm gonna put on the side, and then push these all of these 37s out. Should be 8 of them. Grab the tool, but looks like I'm not gonna need it. All right, just separate the parts. And these go into, let's see, all the rectangular holes that are around. There's 8 holes. And let's see, with the slots kind of like facing towards the center. Of the circle. So we're leaving the holes, these outside holes, they're more rectangular, we're leaving them empty. All right, and now our next step is 6 toothpicks, cut in half. Or close to half. And then push these toothpicks from the bottom towards the top of part number 38 through the 8 holes that are there. And we're doing all 8, all the holes, or not 8, looks like 12. And once again, make sure you hold the part right next to where you're pushing the toothpicks. If you're gonna push it, hold it elsewhere, probably gonna break when you apply the pressure. Toothpick broke, should be okay. Let's see. Maybe I'll just do another one. Yeah, probably gonna need a little bit longer than that, so I'm gonna do the one that I cut in correctly, the ones that's shorter. The one that broke. Let's see, we should be fine. Okay, so next step, number 4, we need parts number 2. And they all at the top of the board number 1. Let's see, we need 12. So there's 3 sets of 4. I'm gonna use the tool to push these out. as these are serving as bearings, we need to sand and wax every single one of them. So I'm just applying a little bit of a precision file on the connection points or bridges. Then we need to go and do it on all 12 of them. Did I pull more than 12? Yeah. Pulled 16 out. So 4, 4. Went a little overboard. But we're going to use the other ones anyway at some point of time. So I'm just going to leave them on the side. And one more. So I was wondering why I have more than needed here. I'm going to put these on the side so I don't lose them. And let's see, we need to wax all of them. And put them onto the toothpicks. All right. Let's see, after we do that, our next step is need parts number 39. So those parts are also on board number 3. We're going to get to them in a second. There's an exclamation point. All right, so missing 1. 1, 2, 3. Toothpick. So we had an extra one here. All right, we're done with the step number 4. Step number 5, we need 4 parts number 49. They are on board number, let's see, 3. And they were within this circle here. So I'm gonna dig into my parts here. There's 5 actually, and 1 is spare. So there's a thin portion, and that thin portion should be going towards the top. So let's pull out all 4. And we do the thin portion is gonna go towards the top, like the way the toothpicks are facing. So you just put it onto inside of these tabs of part number 38, all 4 of them. All right, and then we put a little bit of ply wax on the top of them. All right, I'm gonna use the toothpick to remove some excess. All right, and then we use that sub-assembly that we finished in the step number 1. I'm gonna put it through on top. Let's see, and let's see what it needs to be lining up with. Oh, it just goes inside, so it's not lining up with anything. It just goes right inside there. So you'll be able to spin it like this. And then moving on to the page number 18, we put up part number 40, which is on board number 3 on the bottom here. Board number 3 on the bottom, part number 40, long piece or large piece. Take the internal parts out. Put them on the side. And then that piece goes over that sub-assembly. Let's see. So there's these 2 holes on each side that will go into these little tabs, number 38s or 39s, whatever, 37s. Let's see, and there's one long one. We need to see if there is a special way that we need to face it. So this one's symmetrical, so it doesn't matter at this point of time. So we can face it any direction, right? There's exclamation point, so what are we looking for? I guess nothing at this point of time. I don't see anything. All right, and now push these little by little onto the toothpicks. Up until these tabs, right, which we're gonna need to get aligned. And start pushing the part through them too. Also, you might want to put a little bit of a wax on these little tabs 37. It might help to push them through a little better. All right, I'm just aligning, making sure it fits nice and perfect in there. All right, I think we got them all in now. Let's see, and now I need to push the toothpicks out. Some of them protruded. So I'm just gonna use the tool to get them in. Flat with the surface. can't, you might just break it off from that end too. Here, look, they popped out on almost all of them. All right, down with the toothpicks. And let's see, now we just, step number 2, we'll just chop them off. So I pre-cut and just snap it off. Next step is part number 43, which was on, let's see, so we're gonna put it on the side. Step number 3, part number 43 is inside one of the circles that was on board number 3. It was at the top here, so it's right here, that little big piece. So I'm gonna push it out and push the internal part from it, and we need part number 41, 9 of them, and that one's located on board number 3 on the bottom. It was inside here, so it's one of the circles right here. So 41s, there's 2, actually, let's see, no, that's a additional or not additional, I apologize, they're on board number 2. Let's see, board number 2, the whole block here on the bottom left. Let's see, and we need 9 of these, right? So I'm just gonna use the tool or not use it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, let's see, put that part back in so I don't lose it. So we need to sand it and wax all 9 of them. All right, let's see, and then wax them. Make sure you apply a good amount of wax on there. To help the operation a little bit, to reduce the friction. Let's see, 5. We're done with all the 9. pieces. So it looks like we were flying in the beginning with the pages. Now we're like slowed down significantly because of all these small pieces. And so now these 41s, square holes in there, they'll go onto these tabs of part number 43, and you push them all the way in. So I'm just leveraging and putting one on, leveraging against the table and push it in. All right, and now our number 8. Done with that part, and then we need step number 4, 9 parts 42, and 42 are on board number 3, bottom left, where I showed originally. So it's going to be right here. There's 9 pieces here of 42. So, and we do pretty much the same exercise as with 41. We send them. And once again, I mean, I don't think you need to like send it all around. I usually do just the connection points, because those are the ones that are gonna give the most trouble. And so, and they're usually visible like a line across. Normally 2 of them, sometimes 1, sometimes more. So just rotate it around and see. Take out that connection. And same thing, we need to wax these on the outside. Same as with 41s. They're smaller parts, so it's harder to apply the wax to these. Gears are much easier. And these go over number 41s. So I'm done waxing, so just put them over 41. Just like that. And we put that on the side for now. And now our next step, we need 5 toothpicks. Actually, we have plenty here pre-cut already. So we need part number 44, which was inside board number 3. It was inside here. So it's this part that we took out earlier. And then we need, let's see, send the connection points. There's 4 of them. And put a little bit of a wax on the outside. right, then now the toothpicks. I'm selecting the longer leftovers. I mean, I don't think you need to conserve them, but I just, rather than using more, I'm gonna use existing. All right, so in the next step, number 6, we just apply wax to these toothpicks. My hands are already in wax, so it's fairly easy for me to do. Now that's gonna go, that part's gonna go, step number 7, into the 43, into all these little holes here to lock. And 42's in place, I guess. So once again, a little bit at a time. And as we get it in, let's see. If part number 42, all right. So it's gonna go in. 42 has to sit completely flat. And that sub-assembly with the toothpicks, it's gonna go all the way flat against these tabs. So just need to make sure that it passes the 42. Sits flat against the back wall there. Let's see, 44, push it in. All around. Make sure it sits flat. All right, we're done. And then the next step is to snap off these toothpicks. So I'm gonna pre-cut them. Take it out. Pre-cut. Take it out. Alrighty, so make sure that all the 42s are moving there. We're done with that sub-assembly, page 18. Moving on to the page number 19, we need parts number 45. So all of them are on board number 1. There's to the right here, there's 4 of them on the right side of the board. I'm gonna break this off. And get these out, just easier that way. And there's some connection points at the center here, so you want to remove them with a little bit of a sanding. And then put a little bit of wax too, as instructed, as we're going to be sliding these parts through the sub-assembly. Alright, so these go, we take that sub-assembly from previous pages with the gear facing downward. We insert the 45s through the top here and we push it in. That's the reason why we waxed it. So we push it in all the way in until the tabs. Here we go. Into the 4 corners. I'm gonna use helping tool to press on it, give me a little bit more leverage. Just hold the part so you don't break it. Snap it in. Just like that. Then step number 2, we turn it upside down. So with these tabs here, the sub-assembly that we just did, we put it right in the middle here with the tabs facing up. So it goes right in here. Make sure there is operation. So this rotates inside. These rotate too. And the next step is we cover it all with part number 46, which is on board number 4. In the bottom right here, so that's this part right here. Take it out, take 53 and 148 out. These little parts. And let's see, so there's that hole opening. That's where the flat portion is gonna go and face that opening, or like a little hole. Make sure your parts don't fall out. Just like that. And let's see, internal portion moves. So we need, step number 6, we need to check that there's rotation on the axis. The smoother the rotation, the better it is. So you might want to play with it a little bit. there's no stopping anywhere, so it's nice and smooth. All right, next step, number 7, we need parts number 48 and 47. They were also on board number 4 within this circle right here. So I'm gonna put that, pull it up. So 47 is right here, and one of them. And 48 is right next to it. And then let's see, there's that T shape on one side. Guess it wouldn't matter which way. You put it in. So I just insert 48 into it, make sure it's nice and flat, there's no space in between, and then that piece goes into the opening right here in the sub-assembly that we just did. Let's see, from this, not from the inside but from the outside. Let's see, so we might want to apply a little bit sanding, definitely to get the connection points out. There's a little tab on part number 47, so don't remove that tab with sanding. And then that goes, let's see, we might squeeze it a little bit, push it in, and push it all the way down until it hits the tab, the T tab. And that's our sub-assembly B1. Next page, number 20. I'm gonna put that aside. Step number 1, we need parts number 49 and 50. They are on board number 4. To the right here, a little bit above the middle, all the way on the right of the board. And now that one gets inserted, so with the T facing away from you, so the longer tab is going to go towards the hole that is next to the T. Once again, no space, all the way in. Okay, and then we need, once again, a little sanding. And all the parts, and a little bit of wax on all the edges. All right, and then part number 51 are also on board number 4, right in a little bit to the right of the center line in the middle here. And that one goes, let's see, same thing, T on the left. So we squeeze part number 49 a little bit to get it in. Work it in. Little tabs, and then as soon as you get past them, they should get there pretty easy. not too far though. We don't need to go all the way in. So it's supposed to actually, let's see. Let's see, put number 52, so I'm gonna push it back a little bit. 52 on, which is also on board number 4. Put it over. Work it in. And then we work that one in up until it's flat. The part number 50 is flat there. With the surface is 52. And then we lock it up with number 53. And then part number 53 is going to be on board number 4. It was within the circle here. Right here, a little part right next to 148. So I'm gonna pull that one out. And with the flat point towards the part number 52, with a little round off, going down. Let's see, that should be from the side of the part number 50. Push it down. And I'm gonna use the tool to squeeze it in. Until I guess it starts showing up on the other side. Then you pass the hole. Give it a little room, maybe as far as you can push it in. So it's not covering the hole from either side. All right, so number 51 is against it now. And the next step, that was 5. Number 6 is part number 54, and we need 4 of them. They're all on board number 5. In the top right corner here, or right at the center. So 4 parts number 54. There is a side with the slot and side without the slot. So the one with the slot, they go into the, let's see, 4 top holes. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where the side of part number 50. Like that. And the next step is part number 55, which is on the same board, a little bit longer on the right corner here. These go with the short tabs with the slot into the bottom 4 holes. All right, next step, we need to rubber band the long one, thin one. Just twist it, and double it, just like this. So in 1 twist, bring it over and double it. That's step number 8. Moving on to the page number 21. And we need part number 56, which is on board number 4. Bottom left here. And then within that, it's part number 152, so we need to pull it out and make sure that we don't forget where it was. I'm gonna put it on the side. So on that, there's like a little tab on here. You put that rubber band through the tab. or through that hole over the tab. Let's see, probably gonna need some tool to push it in. I'm using my precision file, but you can use probably toothpick or something. Make sure it's still doubled and doesn't unwind. I'm gonna try toothpick. It's much better. Let's see, so double, split it open and set it on that little tab, just like that. That's number 2 complete, and then number 3 step, we put that over, so the rubber band should be on the top here, and we put it over the same tabs here that we just inserted. Let's see, so that should face the top. We line up the tabs, 55s into the 4 bottom holes. I line them up first because they're taller, and then the 4 top holes get the part number 54s. Just line them up with the holes, squeeze it in, and push it all the way in. All right. Now, next step, we need parts number 57, which are on board number 5. So these are sitting all the way in. Board number 5, top right corner. So 57s, we just need 4 of them for next 2 steps. Separate them. Move away that part 51, I think, from the hole. And let's see, these, we need to sand the sides. Probably sandpaper is going to be easier. And put a little bit of a wax on them. Push them through. And let's see, so these go inside. There's like 4 holes, so it needs to go through that hole and into the part that is on the back here, into its hole, rectangular hole. Push it in. Let's see. Okay, so there need to go, let's see, top, the 2 holes on the sides, left and right, these gonna go into the burned edges up and down. And it should slide right in. and then the top and the bottom hole, burnt edges, so it's sitting all the way into the hole. So the top and bottom holes, they're going to be sideways to the left and right. Now we push that part in so these stick out, and then part number 58 to lock it, which is on board number 4, right to the left of the center line in the middle here. And then we lock it on these little tabs. It's hard to align them. Gonna try to all right, got it aligned, push them on and set them in inside the circle. All right, page number 22, step number 1. So this should sit, I guess, somewhat inside that a little bit, not all the way in. And then the next step is part number 59, which is on board number 4. It's on the right here, this in the middle, to the right of the center line. And we need to wax these little round ends. And that goes over these 4 tabs. Just like that. Next step is we need 3 rubber bands. So we'll pull part number 60 out, which is on the right, a little below the middle, on board number 4. And take 3 rubber bands, thin ones. And let's see. And we push them through the holes. So UGears facing you. You push it through the hole. Kind of also doubling up as we did with the other one, so maybe just easier to do the same way as I did before. Just use the toothpick and push it out, push it through. Push it through the hole, and then once again UGears facing you, so that's the end that we tie it up. Split it around the tab and pull it all the way in. So we need 3 on these 3 little tabs. Double it, double it. Line up with the hole, push with a toothpick. Did one first and then the second one, line up with the hole. push that in. Split it up, pull it over the tab. Pull it nice and tight. And the last one, once again, double it up. Line up with a hole. Push the rubber band through. Over the tab. And tie it up. And we're done with steps number 4, 5, 6, and 7. Moving on to the page number 23. Let's see, and we need a paper clip. I had one somewhere, but I'm not sure what I did with it. I guess the paper clip would have been useful all the way from the beginning. Oh, it comes with a model. Forgot about it altogether. So inside the box there should be a little paper clip in a plastic bag. You open it up. And let's see, and then one end, make a little hook. We take that little sub-assembly with the toothpick through. We push that paper clip through the hole and grab onto the corresponding rubber bands next to that hole and push those rubber bands through. Let's see, and we do with all three. So one on the bottom, hook the rubber bands on the bottom of that little part 60, pull it back in, or pull it through the hole, and then all right, and then the third one, do the same thing. And pull it through the hole, just like that. Then we pull the rubber bands out and snap part 60 onto the tabs here. And then we push the rubber bands, or pull the rubber bands, and put them on the tabs of that part 51, if I remember correctly. So as you pull them, they're stretch. Let's see, we do all 4 of them. Yes. As you pull them, they stretch, and you can hook them, bring them around and hook it onto that part. That. And one more. All right, so all 4 rubber bands are now hooked. Moving on to the page number 24. And let's see, part number 61, which is on board number 4, right below that part number 36. a little above the middle to the left of the center line. So on that part number 61, we need to wax inside these little grooves. And that snaps over onto the inside of the part 59. Just like that. And now B2, step number 2 is ready. Next step, let's see, I'm gonna put that aside back into the box. Step number 3, we need part number 62 on board number 8. So it's our very last board. Part 62 right here on the right hand side, long, so careful pushing it out. Break the connection points and then push it to make sure it doesn't snap. Then we need part number 41 on 2 sides. So 41, that was on the board number, let's see, where did we have it? On board number 2, bottom left. We just need 2 for now. We need to sand it, and I would put a little bit of wax on them, which is next step, but in step number 4. But I would put the wax right away. It's just going to be a little bit easier. Now these get inserted from both sides of part number 62 all the way to these little tabs. If they don't go too easy, you might want to just couple slides of sandpaper onto 62, and then it should go right in. All the way to the tabs. Same thing on both sides. All right, and then part number 63 and 64, they're both on board number 2. Board number 2, 64 is right in the middle here to the right of the center line, and 63 is right below. So 63 is going to go on the longer end side over that number 41, and then 64 is going to go on the short end side. Next step is part number 65 and 66. Both of those are, well, one is on board number 2, so part number 65 is on board number 2, right in between 63 and 64. So we'll take that one out. We'll put a little bit of a wax on that. And then that's going to go on the remove excess maybe. That's going to go on the longer end. And then let's see, all the way just on the edge, on the end here, so you don't need to push it all the way in. And then on the short end, I'm going to go part 66, which is on board number 4. And it's in the top right corner here. Same thing, a little bit of a wax. is going to go on the other end. And that's, let's see, once again, you don't need to push it all the way in, just on the ends, as long as that part sticks out a little bit here. And then we need part number 68 and 67. They're on board number 4. So 67 and 68 long pieces here to the left. And that's gonna go, let's see, 68. There's a T, not nice T, not that there's like a, on the other side, there's like a little wavy piece. So with the longer part or longer tab of part number 68 goes closer to the regular T. So we're gonna push that through. Snap it until it's all the way in and the surface is flush. And then the end with that little round off piece, that's gonna go on the side of 65 gear. So, and we insert these little parts through the tabs or through the holes here, one side, and the other side, let's see, that's gonna go with the shorter piece. Make sure these are over the 41, so they're gonna line up nice and easy. So that long tab is on the, facing the bottom, and make sure it rotates. We're good. That's our B3. And then we take our B1, that's step number 4. We take our B2 and we insert, there's like a little hole. So we got flat piece and a tab facing that way. So that little tab goes into the hole right here. Nice and simple. And then B3, the one that we just created, that goes with this tab into the hole on the opposite end, right here, while this one goes into the hole right here. So then you have the gears, need to rotate it a little bit to mesh it up, and squeeze it in completely so it sits nice and flat. And then when you spin this bottom portion, that this little rod spins too, just like that. We're moving on to the page number 26, and here we take part number 69 and step number 1, which is on board number 3. There's one additional, it's right at the center here, and we'll pull out the second one too. In the meantime, it's a top right here, or you can put the additional one or spare component. And then we'll need part number 70, which is on board number 3 also. It was right here, so it's one of the parts that's going to be here in our set. So let's see, where, so it says UGears on there. It's next to the 42s. So first put a little bit of wax on the tabs here of part number 69 and put it on the side of this big drum counterweight. Slide it all the way in till it sits nice and flat. And our next step is also we wax the 69 tabs. We put UGears, the little mark. Let's see if it's facing this way. So UGears gonna face you, which doesn't really matter in this point. But so you insert it into the 69, and then you insert it into the other 69, kind of under the angle a little bit, push it in, and then you put the 69 through the tabs there, or through the holes. And snap it in all the way in. Make sure it sits. Everything still operates. So it's going to hold these two parts together. And we're moving on to the step number 4. So, which is done. Step number 5, we need 4 number 11s. And those are on board number 2. To the right or to the left. Just to put the ones on the left, which doesn't matter. I'm gonna use the tool to help me get these out. And we turn this portion upside down and we insert these into these holes, 4 holes right next to the round holes. For rectangular. So 4 right here. We're done with page number 26. Moving on to the page number 27. And we need part number 71. 2 of them, 13. So 71 on board number 2. And 2 of them are right here. And then part number 13, we had them out. Let's see. They're a little rectangular piece here, so we just need 2 for now. And part number 14, which is also on board number 2, right at the center here at the top. Remember, we need to send these number 13s just to remove the connection points. Get them inside the 71s fork. Wax them up. And put number 14s through these. Next step, we take these and insert into the holes, locking them up. The number 11s, push them in. Just like last time, all the way in, and then make sure that piece rotates nice and easy. Same thing here on both sides, the same thing, all the way in, and just work it in to make sure it rotates nice and smooth on both ends. And that's completes our step number 4. We get ourselves a part B, and we're moving on to page number 28. Okay, next step is 1. I'm gonna put that on the side. We need part number 73 and 13. Their part number 73 is on the right hand side, right in the middle here of board number 2. So just pull these out, push these out. The part number 13 is in that block from board number 1. There's 2 left. Those are the last ones. Same thing. Send them down, the connection points. On both of these. Put them onto the number 73, all the way in, wax them up. Both of these, and part number 14 over it, which is also on board number 2 in the top center here. And we put those through here. You kind of looked forward a little bit and do the 2 of them at the same time rather than waiting. Next, we need part number, let's see, 74. It's right in the middle here of board number 2. So just pull the number out, push the part out, turn it around, push the inside pieces out, put them on the side. So now we need parts number 11, which is also on the board number 2, top right corner. That's the ones that I have left. You might have the ones left on the top left corner, so whichever ones you want to use or left to use. So these are, and then we're looking at the caution writing on here, so that should be facing you, and that's the exclamation point to make sure that you got it correct. We inserted the number 11s by these circular holes here on 2 sides, right where the tabs are at. And then these go with the slot facing towards the opposite end, or and then we need the next step is part number 6, which is on board number 1. On the right hand side, closer to the top here. Same thing, I'm going to use the tool to push these out. We need 2 of these for now. And send little connection points on here. And then as you send the connections, after you send the connection points or bridges, put a little wax on the outside of these number 6s. And then number 6 is going to go on the outside on these little tabs here of part number 74. All right, next step is to put these sub-assemblies, little sub-assemblies with number 73 in here, similar as we've done before. Push it in, all the way in as far as it can go, and then work the stick, the joystick, make sure it's nice and smooth in there. Same thing on the other end, as far as it can go, and then just work it in so it moves nice and smooth. All right, so we got the movement here. Next, we need 4 rubber bands. All right, and then those, let's see, just push them through the holes with the little tabs on there. Push them down. Maybe hard to do it with your hand, so I just use the toothpick to push it through the hole. Grab it on the other side, split it, and pull it onto the tab so it holds off on the tab. Same thing pretty much for every single hole out of these 4. or instead of pushing the rubber band through the whole rubber band through the hole, you can go from the other side and push smaller part in. Then split it up onto the tab and have it hanging on there. So whichever way you prefer to do it, doesn't matter. As long as you get the rubber band in the correct direction, it should go facing down, or the long end should be towards the bottom. Didn't get it through. So here I'm just same thing. I'm just splitting it up onto the tab and pushing it down to get it locked in. So moving on to the page number 29. Let's see. Then we take that tower. I'm gonna put that one on the side for now. We take the top portion of the assembly, and let's see, so which way it's supposed to face, that doesn't matter. I just need to figure out which way to put it in. So it doesn't matter as far because these are symmetrical. So you just put it over, and there is 4 holes right here. So that's where these tabs go into. And then the centerpiece goes through this top portion here. So let's see, we might need to put that, push that further down, that little center axle. But there is a T shape, so the T shape on there, so that's the only way you can put it in. So just work it in until it's through. Then you rotate the whole sub-assembly. Make sure you don't break anything. To get these tabs in the correct position, and push them in. Gonna turn it around a little bit so you guys can see what I'm lining up with the holes. And kind of squeezing it in there. Once again, careful where you apply the pressure. Make sure you don't do it on any like of the thinner pieces, and actually apply it where it needs to be. All right, so this is a little bit crooked. We probably need to pull on the centerpiece a little bit to straighten it out. So this goes a little bit beyond of these little tabs, just like that. Our next step is parts number 18 and 72. That's a step number 2. And let's see, number 18, both of them are on board number 1. 18 is right here at the center, a little bit to the left of the center, at the halfway between the middle and the top, and the 72 is right in the middle to the left. So 72 is gonna go on the side. This with a little triangle tab. Like for me, I'm gonna put it on the right side, and the little 18 on the left side. Then we take the sub-assembly from the previous page, and these wording caution should be on the right hand side where the 72 is at. So you push it through, I think. Let's go to the next page. So yes, that needs to go through. And then 72 once again is going on the side where the caution is. And I'm gonna insert that first. Take it out for a second. Get the 72 in, just to make it easier. Then put it back on. The whole sub-assembly, make sure you push it through. Get all the rubber bands cleared. Sit the number 6 inside the 72, and then insert 18 on the opposite end. Oops. So 72 is in, then line up the 18. Make sure it's sitting on the number 6 and push it in all the way in. Now we need to connect these joints here, same as before. The little helping tool to get them even on both sides, to get them level, the surfaces leveled. And once we do, just use it as a leverage and snap these two together, and we're already beyond where we're supposed to be. Well, not really, but that's a step number 1 on page number 30. And then we need parts number 24 and 23. So 24 are on board number 1 on the top here, and we need let's see, 4 of them. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we need parts number 23, which is also on here. One is bottom middle, a little bit below, to the left of the center line, and the other one is to the right of the center line, a little bit lower on the right hand side. So we need these. So we align the 23, and then we push the 24s through it, through both holes, to get these rods locked in. It's one side, and here's the other side. So I push it through the 23 first, and then push it through the rod, and do the same thing on the other side. Line up and push them through. All right, so that's our sub-assembly here. It's done with the step number 1 on page 30. Moving on to the page number 31. So we have our little nice tower ready. All right, so next step, I'm gonna put it aside further out so it doesn't it's not on my way. Let's see, we need 2 toothpicks cut in half. We're on page number 31. Step number 1. One, 2. and part number 75. They're on board number 2. And we're gonna need, if we need 4 of these, it steps 1, 2, 3. So we'll need 75s, we'll need 8. I don't see that many. They were all within this circle here, but I'm gonna push out whatever we have on the board still left. Left 1, 2, 3. And then the rest of them were within this circle that we just recently pulled out. So 3, it's right here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of these. And then 4 of number 2, which is on board number 1, top left corner here. So just 4 of these, and I'm gonna separate them for now, send them, send the connection points. Once again, these are, it looks like a cylindrical bearings, and there's gonna be some movement there, so I'm gonna wax it too. And I'm gonna apply some wax. To all 4 little number 2s. All right, and then now we're gonna do the toothpicks. So we push it through 175, or part number 75, all the way in until your toothpick is flat with the surface. My fingers are a little lubricated. Put the number 2 over, and then same direction, another 75 just over it. So I think, let's see, we're gonna do all 3 or 4, all 4 first. Make sure you line them up there, same direction, facing the same direction. All right, and now we can cut out the extra toothpicks here. Or pre-cut them and snap them off, whichever's more comfortable for you. All right, and the next step, we're down on step number 4. We need the piece from the bottom right corner here. That's a little large piece, number, what is it, 76. I already had it pulled out sooner, so here it says adjustments wash plate, and that should be upside down, facing, so it's going to be facing down towards the table, and we insert these 4 units from that side. So the first one's gonna go on the left hand side. There's two holes right here, rectangular. First one's, if you go along the edge here on the left, my left, should be your left too, and then the little round piece is facing away from you. So it goes into the first hole here. All the way in. We're gonna insert them later. Step number 5, next set of holes with the round pieces facing towards left, kind of towards you and left. If you're gonna go around and a little bit in, there is another set of holes here too. It's next to the brown hole. So that's the second set. The third set's gonna go on the opposite end of these ones. Also 2 sets facing to the right now. The round pieces. And then the last set is these 2 holes. It's the first holes set on the holes from the writing going right, and then the round off pieces going away from you. Just like that. Now just lift it up and insert it all the way in. And we're done with step number 5. Next one is step number 6. We need part number 77. They were on board number 2 right here inside. So they're left on our side. There's 2 right here. We need total of 4 of them and 2 here. So just push those out. All right, and then I would sand the sides here from the connection points. Just to make sure you'll be able to insert the 2 components on there. There's 2 connection points on one side and 1 connection point on the other side. Might be different in your case. Parts number 78 and 79. So let's see, 79, we're on inside right here. And we need 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then parts number 78, there's 2 right here on the bottom right corner of board number 2, and 2 in the top left corner of board number 2. And so you have the 78 goes in first. Might need to work the part a little bit because there's tabs on part number 77, and push it all the way down to the end. Same thing with the 79. Work it in and push it all the way to the end. We'll repeat that process 4 times. So 78 first, little gear. And then 79 top of it. All the way in. And the last, all the way in. All right, we're done with page number 31. Moving on to the page number 32. All right, so the first one, take the same board that we just did, we flip it upside down. The writing is on the left hand side, and this first one's gonna go through the hole that is by letter A. So we put it in, then we flip it upside down in step number 2. Take part number 80, which is on board number 2 on the bottom here, 4 of them. We'll need all 4, so I'm gonna take these out right away. And then we need to apply a little bit of a wax on these. So I'm gonna apply it. I'm gonna go step by step. I'm not gonna apply all of them at this time. So as we turn it upside down, wouldn't matter, I guess. They showed putting it into one, but then once you turn it upside down, they show it on a different one. It wouldn't matter because the same parts go 4 times. So so part number 80 goes over 78, and then you push it in all the way into the hole. So you need to rotate it a little bit to get it in between these little 2 teeth, and then once you do, just fit it in and make sure you got no spacing in between. Then after we're done with that, we put in part number 79. Let's see, 79, that's the one that we had on the inside right here into this hole. There's 4 more left, and plus 1 additional, 1 extra, so I'm gonna push these out also right now. So insert 79 over it. Next step is 241s, part number 41, and there's a left corner here, bottom left corner on board number 2. So we're going to insert these now. All the way in. And over the top, we insert part number 1, also on board number 2. There's 2 right here in the center, 2 in the center at the top, and a little bit above the middle to the right. So take any one of those, and then let's see, it wouldn't matter which direction it goes, or does it? Let's see. So that particular one, the one building, that's a number 2. So and the little T goes, that's going to be on the right hand side, I guess, if they're facing you. And then make sure there is a rotation, that they go both directions and fairly easy. We're done with the step number 6. So I'm gonna do the same thing for the other 3. So we need more 81s. I'll push all 3 of them. And we need 41s, we need 6 more. -5 and a 6. All right, so same thing. So these little T-tabs going to be on the right hand side all the time. Once again, a little bit of a wax on part number 80 on the outside of it. little rotation to get it in. Then we do 79. Just fill out on the other side. 241s. Then 81 with the T on a counterclockwise side. So like if you little tab at 1, then your T is going to be at 12. Just like that. Same thing, we check the rotation. Make sure it's rotating nice and easy. And we repeat for the other 2 holes here on the opposite side. Two 41s, did 79, 241s, and same location for the T on part number 81. Check the rotation, and the last one on page number 32. $79. Two 41s. And then 81. Okay. And same thing, check the rotation. Once it starts rotating, it should be fairly easy to rotate it, but you should feel a little bit of a resistance anyway. All right, we're done with page number 32. Page number 33, we need part number 82 on board number 4. Top right corner here. And we need 3 of them. Okay, and so that little part, we still have it upside down. And then the first 82 goes into these 2 holes, the ones that from the writing, first 2 holes to the left. All the way in. Then the second is gonna go on the opposite corner right here, a little bit diagonal from the one that you just inserted. All the way in. And then the third one's gonna go diagonal to the right, these 2 holes right here. That's our part number C. Step number 3 is complete. And then that one, we take the tower, flip it upside down. Caution writing should be on the left. And then that C we insert through with the this writing on the right hand side. All right, and then we kind of move the rubber bands to the side so they're not on the way and not wrapped around anything. And then this part's gonna go, so the the center piece gonna go through that large hole, and these three, there is 1, 2, 3 connections on here. So let's see to make sure that I got it right. Yeah, so the cautions on the left, then we have this little tab here. Turn it around, turn it sideways. So cautions right here, then you got one rod here, then your second rod so your wording is going to be like towards your middle rod here. So as of right now, I'm just gonna get this in the rectangular holes, just start it up, and move on to page number 34 to see what's going to be my next step. And I need to push it all the way down. Through these holes. Let's see. You wiggle them around a little bit. They need to go all the way through. So they stick out. So we need a little bit of adjustments here. Start it up, because they're not exactly fall into the opening, so you need to play with them a little bit. And as I push it in, make sure you, once again, level yourself against the parts that are actually strong enough to level so you don't break anything off. And I'm slowly squeezing side by side to get them on. And then there's like more tabs. They should go into the other holes, rectangular holes right here. So make sure you don't get the rubber bands on the way. Let's see, I'm not gonna, might break that UGears, but hopefully you guys can see. Pushing a little bit at a time to get all the sides in. All the way up to the tabs there. Make sure the rubber bands are still on the side. So now the tabs are going into the holes. Need to line those. I'm gonna turn it around a little bit. Hopefully you can see it clearer. And I'm gonna push it in to start those in. Turn it sideways a little bit. Next one. And I break one off. Oh no, I didn't break it off, it just fell off. Didn't have it stuck in there easy. Just like that. Next one over. That was the one that you put it one over the other one. So it kind of looked like it did snap off, but there's still pieces left, so enough to hold it in place there. All right, so now I got all 3 sides in. 2 sides, 1 popped out. I'm gonna go around and push those in until they're all the way in. And there's no open space in between. All right. We're done with that part. Now we need to go with our little tool. Let's see, so the writing is right here, adjustment, and caution is on the right hand side. Let's see, what's our next step? Step number 1, we go with the rubber band. Okay, so we go through the hole that is right next to that little part number, whatever, 79, I think. No, 75s. So the little hole right here, we go with our little tool made out of the paper clip, grab onto the rubber band, come back in, and put it over the little tab. Let's see, I'm gonna rotate it a little bit. Put it through that number 2, and which way? Counterclockwise, right? So I'm gonna rotate it a little bit, holding it upside down. I'm gonna put the rubber band over the little T on a part 81, and I'm gonna turn it counterclockwise till it catches on and grabs onto the rubber band. And then probably 1 loop, so it's a little bit of a strain on there, a little bit pull on the rubber band. Then I'm gonna go with the second hole and do the same thing. Put it on a little T, and then do 1 turn for now, full revolution, to get it a little bit of a pull on there. Let's see, 3rd one. That one, same thing. Go right around, put it on the T, and turn it counterclockwise, so it's still on the T, and then pulling onto the rubber band. And the last 4th one, through the hole, pull it out, wrap it around onto the T, and turn it sideways, counterclockwise. All right, 4 times, we'll complete page number 34. Moving on to the page number 35. Put that sub-assembly aside. Your little paper clip back in a box just in case. And now we need part number 83, which is on board number 3. Let's see, 4 of them. So 1 on the bottom here, 1 to the left and a little bit above the middle, and 2 to the right. 1 is all the way on the top right. and parts number 3, which are on board number 1. We need 16 of those, right? 4 on each. Oh no, 4 toothpicks, wait. We just need 2 of those. All right, screwed it up, it's 4 toothpicks. So we need 8. For now, we'll start with the first one. So not to get confused, not to confuse you. So we're gonna do 183 for now. For parts number 3, top right, left corner here, board number 1. All right, my board fell out, so I'm gonna take the board out. Work these in and out a little bit. 1, 2, 3. 4. Put a number 3 on the side, and then these go into the little rectangular holes. Next step, push them all the way in. Next step is we need 4 toothpicks cut in half. That's the step that messed me up a little bit, and it's all right. Happens. 2, 3, 4. And then we insert the toothpicks from the opposite end. Then we're going to use our helping tool just to get them flat on that end. All the way to the surface. Our next step is number 2s. I had them set aside here, but they on board number 1. I have 4 of them set on the side from one of the previous steps. Once again, I'm gonna sand it a little bit and apply a little bit of a wax on every single one of them. Probably didn't need the wax where it was used in the previous step with the rubber band, but all right, and then wax. And now before we go on to the toothpicks, then we put number 84, which is on board number 4, top right corner. 2 of them here, so we put 1 out right now. Put it over sub-assembly. And then we take one part number 6, which is on board number 1. Right here in the top right, just 1. Sand, wax, and we insert that one in between the toothpicks there, in between part number 2, sandwich right at the center. Or try. All right, need to kind of try to get it flat in there, and then pull the toothpicks a little bit to the side. Here we go. To get it in. So it's going to be in between number 2s, sitting right at the center, and then we cover it up with the second 83. So push it through the toothpicks. Pushing it against the table, then they need to go on to the number 3. Need to make sure that all of them are lining up. And once they do, should be able to squeeze those in. I use the tool a little bit for adjustments. All right, and push it all the way in until they're sticking out a little bit. And we're done. So that center, if you hold by part number 84, you're just gonna easily rotate. Make sure it does. And now we cut off, actually push the toothpick further in. Double check the rotation again, and then snap off the toothpicks. And repeat. One more time. So 83, number 3s, 4 of them. Into the 83. So we repeat the same procedure. I know in some of the assembly my hands are covering what I'm doing, but it's just easier for me to do against the table. Also, if I'll show you everything, it'd be very easy, wouldn't it? Not just kidding, of course, but I'm trying to show as much as I can, but unfortunately there's certain situation where I do need to kind of cover it with my hands and I don't have any other camera angles. Honestly, I don't really have time to edit the videos either, so the only editing that you will see on there is me because I'm assembling it over the course of a few days. You'll see me just snapping the videos together to make it into one long video. All right, so number 2's top right corner, we'll need a 1/6. I'll pull that one out too right away. We'll sand and wax all of them. Right, and then wax on all these round pieces, cylindrical pieces. And I'm gonna put number 2's right away onto the toothpicks so I don't lose them. Alright, the next step is part number 84, top right corner of board number 4. goes over, and then part number 6 right inside there in the middle. Kind of wiggle it in, I guess, to get it inside. Now I need to make sure that I don't take it out, and then cover it up with another 83. All right, push the toothpicks back in from one end. Make sure there is movement. And snap the toothpicks off. And we're done with page number 35. Next step, let's see, page number 36, step 1. We need one toothpick, cut in half. And part number 85 on board number 3. Bottom right corner here, 2 of them. So I want to insert, clean it up a little bit from the burrs. Insert the toothpicks from one end. Push it all the way in, flat with the surface, and then insert the second 85 over it. The gears should line up. Cut off the toothpicks. And wax the little gears. I'm just cleaning it off a little bit. I might have overwaxed it. All right, so next step is 4. We need part number 86, which is on bottom right of board number 3. And it is symmetrical. And we insert that through these 2 sub-assemblies that we just did. Let's see, there is a hole is rectangular inside there. So just fit into that hole and push it as far as it can go. Both sides. All right, and then you see there was a little dot on part number 86. So that's the side where gear number 87 is gonna go. So it was on board number 3 right here within that circle. I'm gonna pull it out here, it's right here. 87, don't forget to put a little bit of wax on it, onto the gears. And that's the side that is gonna go on with the little dot on part number 86. So that's where we insert the gear as far as it can go, and then the set of gears that we just built, it's going to go on the opposite end also as far as it can go. So we have a little sub-assembly here. Done with page number 36, moving on to the page number 37. Take the tower back, and then these gears, so the thicker gear is going to go, let's see, here's our writing, so it's going to go onto the outside. So the thicker gear is going to go onto the outside into right here, and there's like 4 holes to insert part number 87 in. So we're going to start with the inside one, line it up, and then outside one all the way in. Snap it in, make sure it still rotates. that sub-assembly. Next step, number 2, we need part number 33 and 88. Part number 33 is on board number 2. Let's see, board number 2. To the left here, a little bit below the middle. We need to send the connection points. And put a little bit of wax on that round piece. And then part number 88, which is on board number 3, below to the left, the center line below the middle here, with the 2 holes facing up. That goes just like that. And then that gets inserted right over this shaft. We want to make sure that when it's straight, that you don't push it from the other side. So that goes all the way in until flush with the surface here. And the shaft should be sitting, let's see, against the opening here, little T. I'll show you in a second. So the shaft, I don't know if you can see it, the shaft should be sitting against that part number 88. So just push it down, and then your circular piece number 33 is sitting within the space there, the open space. And then if you rotate 88, it will rotate the top of the tower. Our next step is 3, part number 89, which is also on board number 3, bottom right here. And that piece gonna go over that sub-assembly that we just inserted onto these 3 little tabs. Kind of like these guys in place. Make sure you align the holes. And find the leverage points to insert that ring over as far as they can go. It shouldn't go too far. Kind of liking that sub-assembly in place. Checking all the sides. Done with page number 37. Moving on to the page number 38. Next part is number 91 on board number 3, bottom left here. And let's see, that one needs to be sanded. All connection points. And waxed. And that's gonna go within that circle there. So over these part number 88, inside that circle, almost flush with the surface. And then part number 90, which is on board number 4, was in a top gear right here. That's one of the pieces that we pulled out. So part number 90 is a large gear, which needs to be waxed. And then that gets inserted right over these two tabs. And that needs to go, let's see, I'm trying to find the leverage for it so I don't break anything. Because it needs to go fairly deep until you see the holes. So I may need to readjust that plate number 88 so I can still push it through the holes of that large gear there, and then push a little bit more on that gear. Line up the gears there also. And then fit it in as far as you can. So as you can see, my holes are almost visible. Then I take the two toothpicks. You can use the ones that you have leftovers. Don't need specifically cut one. And put it into that hole just to start it up. Take the second one, put it in the other hole. I'm going to take the longer ones. And then I'm going to use my tool to push those in as far as I can, preferably until the toothpick is the same thickness through that hole. So that will help to set that wheel even further. It needs to interlock with that subassembly or the gears subassembly here, and then as you rotate that, that should spin the bottom portion or top portion of the tower, both directions. There's a little hesitation right now because the parts are just waxed. We haven't worked them in yet. And now we just slice off these toothpicks on both ends. So it's a little bit sticking out on each side. You don't want it like too much. I'm gonna pre-cut these. So these toothpicks will hold that sub-assembly in place. So as you can see, I pre-cut it and just snap it off the excess. Just like that. And then the second one doesn't stick out too far. Oh, it's fine. A little too far, but I'm gonna push it back a little bit from that side so it still holds it in place. All right, so here's the two toothpicks holding it in place. Make sure it doesn't fall out because it can't come out if the toothpicks are there. That concludes our step number 2 on page 38. Now we move on to the page number 39. And there, part number 82, the fourth one, it's on board number 4, right in the middle, to the right of the center line here, a little bit above the middle. And that last fourth piece is gonna go from the bottom. There's 2 holes right here that are left next to the writing. I believe that's where it goes. Once again, leverage it correct location and push it all the way in. as far as it can go. Now turn it upside down, set it on your table, and make sure that whole sub-assembly on the top is moving, and your gear right here is moving also. Not sure if you can see it. Let me make sure. So the gear right here is moving. I'm holding by the tower, rotating the top portion. And then this guy is moving also, rotating. Work it in a little bit, and that's going to be our sub-assembly D. On page 39, put it in the side. Next step is page number 40. Okay, we need part number 92 and 93 for step number 1. They're on board number 5 and 6. So let's see, board number 5. There's a large part on the bottom here, bottom right. So we take that out. And then board number 6. Large part right here at the top left corner. Alright, part number 92 has a bunch of little stuff inside there, so I'm going to take all these stuff out. Make sure once again you don't lose it, then you have it available to continue the assembly. Parts number 107 within it. So I'm pushing it from the back, once again, not to mess up the actual part in case if it peels a little bit of a wood. Because if it does, if you do the other direction, it will start peeling from the actual part. Alright, and we have additional part number 168 here. Okay, and I think I showed the imperfection here in the corner, so take it out. All right, so 92 and 93. So there's this little tab that's gonna go away, and then you connect this between 93 and 92. 92 is on the left, 93 is on the right. You connect with these little points right here and push it in all the way in so it's nice and flat. And then part number 94 on step number 2, that's on board number 6, the long piece here. So we push that one out also. And then that one's gonna go, we're gonna rotate, then that one's gonna go right at the end here of part number 92. Once again, just start it up and push it in. I'm using my tool, helping tool, to get it flat surface. Next step, we need thick rubber band. There's 3 of them in my kit. And we need to cut it to 15mm length. So I'm just gonna slice it up to open it up, and then I got the measurement here. Let's see if the measurements here would match. Yep, so each big line, that's 5mm. So you can use the measuring tool to get to cut it down to 15. So 1, 2, 3, and let's see if this dimension is, no, this one's a little bit larger. So approximately 15mm. So I'm gonna use my cutting board, or you can use the tool to measure it up and slice it off. So we need 7. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then one more rubber band. And 7. All right, I'm gonna put that on the side in case if we're gonna need it further down the assembly. And now we need 95, 7 parts. They're all on board number 5, and they're right here, right on the bottom left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to be hard to do that part number 7 here. So you need to do one by one. So we start off, we're going to put our assembly here from the first 2 steps. Then we're going to take the first part number 95. You wrap the not the toothpick, the rubber band around it. Well, it feels like 15 millimeters a little bit too long. So I just about half, just like that. So it sticks out, and then we start off with this one. And push it in. So need to push it as far as we can, so the rubber band sticks out on this side. Let's see. Probably don't need that long. I'm on the millimeter side. It's a bit too long, so I'm just gonna cut. Let me check through the manual before I do any cutting further. All right, so I'm gonna cut off any that are extra pieces or extra rubber band that I have on here, so it doesn't stick out too far. And I'm gonna use some of the rubber bands from these 7. I'm gonna just cut them in half. So we just need 6 more, so I'm gonna use up 3. Put these on the side, and then just wrap it around. So it's a 7.5 millimeters, and then continue put these in. Let's see, let me come back to the page where it started. So that one was going here, then one right here, where the connection points are at. 1, 2 right here, right in front of each other. This point of 93. So I'm just wrapping the rubber band around that big extension. I'm putting it here, and I'm gonna press them all in just in a second. So I just cut all those, one more right here, the corner. Then one right here at the edge of part number 92. And then the last one right almost at the end of 94. and then I'm gonna push it in all the way in so the rubber band sticks out on the other side. You need to push this piece back out because the rubber band got crooked there. Fell off that larger piece. And this one's done. All right, step number 9 is completed. Moving on to the page number 41. 2 parts 96. They're on board number 4. On the left-hand side here, long pieces. So careful pulling these out, pushing these out because of how long they are. They might break off a little bit easier. Longer, fragile parts. And that's, let's see, with the round off, those 97 pieces that I just pulled out. The 96, they are longer pieces. So 96 is on board number 7. And they're on the left side also here, right in the middle. So these are symmetrical, doesn't matter. They're gonna go right into these holes right here. So just need to, well, not symmetrical, there's 2 tabs are shorter, and we're gonna join these ports. Once again, as you press on it, you may be pushing some of these out. So I would pull it back in, push it back in when I complete it. But make sure you line the tabs. Push that one out again. And then step number 2 is 97s that I pulled out. So the ones with the little dot on the end, the flat piece, that's gonna go towards the end, and we're gonna go into the, not the third hole from the end, right? Pushing a little bit in. And make sure it sits flat. And then the second piece. Same thing. All the way in. Let me clean out, there's a little bit of wood here. Until it sits flat with the surface. Then you might want to lift it up a little bit, squeeze the other side, and then push on these middle tabs to get the rubber bands out. All right. Next, step number 3, we need parts 99, which are on board number 6. Top right corner, and to the left, almost top corner. Part number 98, all the way top left corner. And we put 99s, let's see, with the Longer or shorter? Longer edge towards the hole. Yeah, the short is not gonna work, so the longer edge towards the hole, and then that gets inserted right at the edge here of part number 94. Line up the holes. And push it in. As far as it can go, or as far as you can push it. Hopefully that's going to be as far as it can go. Just like that. Got a little bit of rubber band stuck there. So I'm going to push it out and pull that one back in. All right. So now everything, step number 4 is complete, and we're done with page number 41. So this goes completely flat as much as you can get it down into those holes. Let's see, page number 42. I'm gonna put that aside. 2 parts number 100. They're on board number 7. And they would be one to the right in the middle here, on the right edge. And one at the center line and the bottom to the left of the center line. And then we need 2 pieces 101, which are right above here, a little bit below the middle on the left to the center line. So we need 2 for now. For the step number 1, we join the 101s together. Just make sure you cover the shape are the same or the same direction, and then you push 101 through the 2 middle holes here. I'm gonna start off with 1. Line it up with the second. Push it through the second one. They're gonna have a little bit of a play there for now. Step number 2, we need part number 102, which is also on board number 7, right at the center, a little bit above the middle here. I'm gonna use the tool to get it out. And then we need 2 parts number 41. So this one's gonna go through the last hole right at through the round pieces here. Gonna push it through. Then we need 2 parts number 41. I'd say more than 2, so we need 2 here in step number 3, 4, 6, 8. And all the parts number 41 are on board number 2. They're bottom left here. So I'm gonna kind of start them off a little bit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Use the tool to push them out. And let's see, that one cracked a little bit, so I'm gonna need an additional one. There's 2 additional on the bottom. Those are spare parts. So I'm gonna throw this one away. Got part of it off, kind of stuck on the board here. Let's see, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, there's nothing else on board number 2. I'm gonna put the 41s on the side and get rid of that board so it's not on the way anymore. And let's see, so we need to wax them. So if we need to wax them, I'd recommend also to shave off the connection points. We just like a 1-2 run with the precision file or sandpaper. All right, and we need to wax them, so I'm just gonna grab wax and I'm gonna wax them all right now before putting them on, as it's gonna be easier. Just grabbing some wax. All right, and then first we're still back on at step number 2. So we get it through that part number 102 first. On both ends. Next step, number 3, we get two more in there, 1 on each side. So it doesn't stick out. Maybe just a little, but a little sticks out on both sides. And then we get 1 on each side of 1 on 1. All right, so we're done with step number 4. That's our part E1. We're gonna put it on the side. Now we need 2 toothpicks cut in half. Or actually, we don't need 2. We have some leftovers here, so I'm gonna use those. And we need 2 parts number 103. They're both on board number 42, on board number 7. So 103 is the bottom right here. And all the way at the bottom right at the center of the board. Line them up. And then 1 toothpick through the bottom hole here. And we cut it off, so. Moving on to the page number 43. We need 40 millimeter of rubber band. I don't know if we need 40, but oh, I know why I made yeah, I know why I made a mistake, because each step here, that's 10 millimeters, and that's what I did in the previous cutouts. So this is actually came out to 30. Dummy. Okay, it happens. Little late at night. But each square, it's 10 millimeters, so I went a little bit overboard and I cut it down to 30 millimeters rather than 15. So I came back fixing it, cutting it in half, ended up being with a 15 millimeter on each side. So 40 millimeters, now I'm correct. And then that one part goes right in between here. Let's see if you can just shove it in. Kind of push it in all the way until you see that it hits the bottom there, and kind of like in the center. And then you use a toothpick. I mean, I have a bunch of them over here, leftovers, and you just push the toothpick through there, locking the rubber band in place, and then cutting it off at that other edge. And then that rubber band's gonna go around. We need to stretch it a little bit, and then it needs to go into this hole right here. So I'm gonna stretch it and kind of push it from the side into the hole. Holding it, grabbing a toothpick, any one of the longers I got left, and then pushing it through there. Twisting it a little bit so it doesn't pull the rubber band out, but make sure you just lock the rubber band in there, and then you slice that off also. And here you go, rubber band all around here. And then we need 2 parts 101, which are also on board number 7. Right a little bit to the left of the center line, slightly below the middle one. And we push those through the 2 holes in the middle, rectangular holes. Page number 44. 4 parts 41. Just pull them out. Four. And once again, we're gonna sand them and wax them before putting it on. So coming back, each line represents 5 millimeters, so you need to cut to only 1, 2, 3 lines. Now that I'm thinking about it, you guys probably, if you follow the video, you will make the same mistake. Once again, I apologize. We were able to correct it. Looks like that rubber band might be a little bit of the extra that was provided in the kit, but we still have a pretty large piece left, so we should be good to go. All right, we'll see later in the end how's it gonna pan out. I guess for the dummies like me, they provide a little bit more additional extra rubber band in there just in case. Alrighty, so 41 on each end of 101. And that's going to be our E2. Next step, step number 3, we need to toothpick cut in half. 2 parts 104. Both of these are on board number 6. And they're right at the top center here. And then it is recommended to put a little bit, apply a little bit of wax on the toothpicks, just to get them through these holes, because it looks like the holes will be tight. So I'm applying a little bit as suggested onto the toothpicks, and I'm gonna use it on my table as the leverage to put the toothpicks through. Kind of holding by a nail on both sides of the hole so I don't break the part, and balance it out so the toothpick doesn't snap nor the part. And then make sure the shapes line up and insert the second one. All the way until to the end, and then we snap off the toothpicks. And now step number 5, that's going to be our last part, number 101, which is on board number 7. And then that's going to go in through the holes here, or one center hole, and then 2 41s that are left. Don't forget to send them like connection points and put wax on them. And that's going to be our part E3. Not only we need to wax the 41s, let's put them on first, but also we need to wax that little part here. Let me line it up, put it on, and we need to wax the round off pieces on that sub-assembly. All right, and that's our E3. Moving on to the page number 45. Part number 105 and 106, both of them are on board number 5. 106 to the left here, a little bit below the middle, and then 105 is a little bit above on the right, a little bit above the middle, all the way on the right. So these two snap together, all the way in. I would apply a little bit of a sanding on the surfaces because there's connection points. And then we need parts number 107, which are, we pulled out a bunch of them from board number 5 right here in that big piece. So 107, which I'm gonna sand the connection points and wax it all around. And then 2 108s, which are on board number 7, bottom right, and right in the center here. Both of these need to be waxed, the gears. So I'm applying wax by dipping them in a gear, waxed. And then these gonna go through that sub-assembly of 105 and 106. All right, it doesn't look like it's all the way in. And I'm gonna apply a little bit of a wax on here on these guys too. Just to make sure I can get that 107 through. Line up. Flat surface with the top part 105, and then the gear's gonna go from the other end. too far. Then the second one. Yep. Almost like it's alive. Now push it all the way down. And then another 107, also from the board number 5. We're gonna lock it. Oh, need to wax it and send it. Alrighty, as far as you can go. Next step, we need part number 109, which is on board number 7. Top right corner here. I'll take out 183s, put them on the side. And then we need 2 110s, and they're a little bit below middle here at the center and a little bit to the left. So let's see. These I would send the connection points for now. Maybe not apply the wax because it doesn't show it, but if you send the connections, at least it's gonna look nice. Now we take that 109 with the shorter piece or smaller piece over towards to you, that first hole. We're gonna insert with the gears on the left hand side, and it's gonna sit on 107 in that hole. And then we lock it up with these two part 110. And next step is another 107 from board number 5. As always, send it and waxed. And then that's gonna lock this sub-assembly from the other end, and just like this, and it's supposed to be freely moving here. That's complete step number 6. And we're gonna move to page number 46. Now more assemblies, sub-assemblies. So we rotate the piece, that round opening, we're gonna insert E2. That's the one with the rubber band here. And that's gonna go with the rubber band towards the wheel. We're gonna put it right, and oh, I see, rubber band's gonna stop it. It's gonna be like a brake. So the 41s go into that slot. The next step is E3. This one with the shorter end's gonna go into the hole here and lock into that round hole position of E3, just like that. So now you can move it back and forth, just like that. And our next step is number 3. We put E1 into the large round hole, and now let's see, into large round hole with the hook facing down, and that's gonna grab onto the other side of the E3. Let's see, we're gonna insert it like from the side and put it in. So now that's the whole system, just like that, back and forth, brake, release, brake, release. Make sure it sits there properly, and then we need part number 111 to lock it all in place. That's on board number 7, bottom right. Oh, bottom left, sorry. And also 183s inside. Push them out. That's gonna go from this side here. Make sure you line up all the little not holes, but 41s and 107. just like that. Alrighty. Step number 4 is complete. Next step is 5. We need part number 112, which is on board number 8. Oh, we're getting to the end here. Right at the center here at the top. And that's going to go with the tab facing, we're on the gear side, facing to the right. We're going to go over the gears. And then the next step is 6. We need part number 113, which is on board number 6. Let's see. At the bottom right here. And then this, let's see, these 2 tabs gonna go through the center tabs, or center holes. Like that, locking it up. Next step, page 47, step 1. Gonna put this aside for a second. We need part number 114 and 115 on board number 6. So 114 is a little bit in the middle to the left here of the center line. And 115 is all the way top left corner. Same thing, just insert these 114 into 115 as far as it can go. And once again, I would apply a little bit of a sandpaper at the top of 114 and maybe sides of the 115 where the connection points were. All right, we need parts 107 back from board number 5. 2 of them. And then I'm gonna sand these and apply wax. One's going to go from one end all the way in up until the little tab here, and the second one's going to go from the other side up until it cannot go any further. And we take back our assembly, and through the large hole here we insert these 2 parts right, so 107s are right inside these holes. So, and it's supposed to rotate fairly easily, and we'll get it to work a little bit later. Next step is step number 3. We need parts 116 and 117. They're on board number 7. So part number 117 is right here to the right of the center line, a little bit above the middle, and 116 is right below here. Just one for now. We need to wax inside this little hole right here, brown. So I'm gonna use a little bit of a toothpick, get a little bit of wax, and get it right on the inside surface of that hole as much as I can. Did with a toothpick and a little bit with my finger as far as I can squeeze it on both sides. So 117, that brown holes towards you on the bottom. 117 is going to go into the 3 square holes here. And then you push it all the way flat with the surface. And then part number 118, which is also on board number 7. bottom right here. There's 2 of them there. That's gonna go on a side, let's see, on the side here with a hook towards the top, but then that surface, we need to sand it, the long surface of 1/18. So sand the connection points and then apply wax along that side. And that's gonna go with a hook towards the top against the part number 116 on the left hand side. And then we need parts number 119, 3 of them, and they're all gonna be on board number 6. There were right in the bottom center and a little bit to the right. Three of them, so first one's gonna go right in the top hole, locking that part in, and then the other 2 in the center hole and a bottom hole. So that part can go only a specific distance. Moving on to the page number 48. We need part number 120, which is also on board number 7. That's 6, board number 7. That's going to be a little bit above the middle to the right of the center line, right next to 102. So we take that 120 out. Where's my helping tool? And that 120 with the tab's going to go into the hole of that little hook 118 with the T facing down, just like that. Now we move up the part 118 so that hook goes right in the slot, and we take the second part 118, which is on board 7 bottom right, send it down on the bottom on a long surface, and apply wax. And now that's gonna go underneath these 119s and into the 120 tab, locking these 2 together and still moving up and down a little bit. Next, step number 4, we need part number 121 on board number 6. So it's bottom a little bit to the left of the center line. And then with the words pull up facing, let's see, facing away from that large piece, an exclamation point that facing your direction, I'm gonna put it on 118s as far as it can go, holding it together on the other side. And that's, so you see pull up here. That's step number 5. And then step number 6, we take that sub-assembly from before, and from the side of the gears, we insert that hook with the up round into the, actually there's like a little T-shaped here. So we insert it right on that edge. Once again, remember from the side of the gear. Gonna line up the 107s there and push that against the surface. And then that 41 is gonna fall right into that hole. As far as it can go. see, 122. It's gonna go in step number 7. It's gonna go over here. So 122, that's on board number 7, bottom right. Let's see, 122 is right here. That's gonna go over that part. Kind of locking all these guys together, pushing these tabs through. And let's see, we're done with page number 48. Moving on to the page number 49. And then we take another 107 from board number 5. Then we have a bunch of them laying around here in my top right corner. And then also send the connection points, apply the wax, and insert it through that T shape here. All right, that moved off. It's not how I planned it. Kind of separate it. All right, I need to readjust all the parts. Put them back in. There you go. Put that in. All right, so I got to be a little bit more careful and easy on that. All righty. Next step, number 2, we need part 124 and 2 123s. So it's on board number 1. So 124 is a piece right here. Now, what is it? To the right, left of the center, halfway between the middle and the bottom. And then 123s are at the center at the top here, on board number 1. And we have a longer piece here and a shorter. So longer is away from you. As far as the 123s concerned, they need to go, that hole should be on the bottom. So let's see, and we push it all the way down to the T here. And the other one facing the same direction, so face like the larger part up, the hole is on the bottom from the short direction, all the way up to the little tab. Putting these together. Let's see. I'm gonna apply a little bit of sanding at the connection points just to make it look nice. I don't think we need any wax at this point, at least it's not shown, but it's fine. So now we take that assembly and let's see, it's gonna go with a shorter part through that hole here, and then part number 80, which we can find on board number 5. And it's probably not there because board number, actually no, it is. So board number 5, a little bit above the middle here, part number 80. Apply a little bit of wax on it. And that goes over that tab within that locking mechanism here. Kind of wiggle it. I'll line it up first. Wiggle it to get it in. All right, so everything is still in place. And the next step, we turn it around, part number 116 on board number 7. right at the center here. That's gonna go from the other end. Let's see, kind of locking everything in place. Oh, and it fell out. Let's see if we put it back in before we go any further. Make sure all the parts are lining up. Take it off, put that back in place. That's a tough one. Line everything back up. All right, hold it together. And let's see, one more attempt. Make sure all the tabs line up. Then it should go right in. Push it as far as it can go. Locking everything in place. Oh, and I forget, I'll put it in right now, a little bit of a wax into that brown hole. And then 125 over it, which is also on board number 7, bottom right here. And that's gonna go right over. As far as you can push it, with the numbers facing you, obviously. And let's see the part number. $107. Got left. Send it. Wax. And that's gonna go right on that little T here. Locking in place. All right. Page number 50. Part number 80, which was on board number 5. Right next to the other, right in the middle, a little bit above. At the center, a little bit above the middle. Next to the other 80 that we had. Same thing, apply a little bit of a wax and then insert it onto that tab here, right until it fits into the hole between the tabs. Next one, let's see, 126. It's step number, actually part number 79, which is on board 2, which already out. So it's one of the pieces laying here, right here. 79. I'm gonna send it, but we don't need to wax it. That's gonna go over that tab. Locking it in, and then we need part number 126, which is on board number 6, on the bottom right here. Now, with pulling that back, we need to, let's see, rotate. Okay, so we we need to apply it, these two circles facing, well, whichever direction they're facing. So you're looking at that tab, and then that point that needs to face into the 90-degree angle with that. So when you rotate it, these gonna be facing up, just like that. Alrighty, that's our RPMs. And the next step, number 4, is part number 127 on board number 6. That's 128. So on board number 8, right in the bottom left here, it's going to be part number 127. And that's going to go, let's see, from the side of the gears right over 172 here, or no, whatever it is, part number 172, 107, and then 128 is going to go on the other side. So that's on board number 6, bottom right, almost at the center here, a little bit to the right. That's going to go on the other side. Now we need to check this mechanism is moving. To set up, so everything's good. And then the next step is toothpick cut in half. Step number 6, we push the toothpick through the hole on the bottom here. Let's see my helping tool. All the way in, I'm assuming. Page number 51. Yes, all the way in. Then we take one rubber band, the thin one, and we're gonna wrap it around that toothpick from inside. So I'm gonna push it in. I'm gonna use actually the, let's see if I can. Yep, I'm gonna use a little paper clip that we had, grabbing onto the rubber band and wrapping it around that toothpick, kind of grabbing both ends, and that's gonna go over here onto this tab right here. So I'm just gonna inside there, stretch it out a little bit and put it right onto that little T. As I finish that, I'm gonna cut off the extra toothpick here. And that sub-assembly step number 4, gonna go on to that base. Let's see, on that shorter side with the levers towards that little end. So that's gonna go fit into all the holes around there. We're gonna start with the far ones. Try to start. Whichever holes you can fit in first. As they say, be my guest. Try different sides where you can start off. Let's say I'm gonna try at this end. did go in. Center. The other end. Make sure all the tabs are sitting right next to their holes. Now the idea is to apply a little bit of a wax to these, but I'm committed already, so I'm not gonna do it at this time. Let's see, that side's somewhat in. Now we need to push the middle piece in. All right, kind of start it off. Yes, alrighty. Align it. Toothpick is on the way. Oh, not to the toothpick. Rubber band. So I'm gonna try to push it out. That rubber band. There you go. No longer on the way. All right. Now everything goes in. And little by little, make sure that everything sits nice and flat against the surface. Let's see. Alrighty. So we're good with the part here. Everything is in place. Almost. All right, so this is our assembly. It sits all the way in. And let's see, next step. That was a tough one. We're done with page number 51. Moving on to the page number 52. I'm gonna put this aside. Need parts number 129 and 130 on board number 7. Uh, 129 is the bottom to the left of the center line, and the other one is a little bit above the middle and to the left, and then 130 is all the way to the left, and then 129, so these little openings gonna face away from you, and then this up round or round off piece towards you. We insert the 129th from each end. And then a bunch of 131s, top right corner of board number 7. Let's see, we need all 5 of this. Two, 3, I'm gonna pull all of these out. first. Takes forever. Let's see. And we're making a little handle. And then these 31 pieces are gonna go, let's see, with the round off. So the curve's gonna face out towards the outside. Gonna insert it to the little tabs. Two. Three. 4 and 5. That's our handle. We're done with step number 3 on page 52. Okay, next step, let's see, put it aside. Okay, next step is number 4. So in this one we get just checking if everything is operating. We insert the, just need to figure out which way. So there's 2 cutouts here, and we insert with these cutouts right into that handle and lock it in, so it's supposed to stay in place nice and tight. All right, so now it's done. Next step, we take a toothpick, and then the toothpick's gonna go through, let's see, the 4 holes right here. So we just push it through, and if it doesn't go easy, you want to put a little bit of a wax on it, and then it should go in smoother. And if it still doesn't, I recommend trying out a different toothpick, because they are different sizes, and some of them are a little thinner, some of them are a little thicker. So it's usually one, maybe slight little difference, and that will play a huge role. Let's see, this one doesn't work very well either. Let's see. Kind of give it a feel. See, maybe one just feels a little slightly thinner than the other. Yep, here we go. Here's one example. So that one went in much smoother. Then we push it in as far as we can go and chop it off at the ends, the sharp ends. One side and then the other side. We're done with step number 5, and step number 6, we put the tower on top, and that's gonna go in this corner right here. So we insert the tower, and then our gear is supposed to face this gear right here. So very nice and simple. Line up all the holes and start, I guess, inserting. Where is it supposed to go? So all I'm doing is just lining up the holes, pressing it down. Here, maybe you can see it better this way. Just like that. in 4 places. Let's see, so everything is good. Everything is inserted and sits right where it's supposed to be. So our tower is attached. I'm gonna put it aside. Moving on to the page number 53. Let's see. Step number 1, we need parts 133 and 132. They're all on board number 8. Looks like it. And then let's see, 133 is going to be top right corner right here. And the second 133 is going to be a little bit above middle to the left of the center line here. Just right here. So that one's a little tougher to get out, but we still managed to work it. And then 132 would be on the bottom here. That's going to be right piece right here. That's the piece above the other half round. So careful, this might be a little fragile. Let's see, take it out, and now let's see, the piece that kind of bends over and faces down at 90 degrees rather than flat, that's the side that should be on the right. And then 133 is going to go into that hole with the little cutout here towards the top and closer to you, obviously. So there is still a little bit of material left in mine. I'm going to use the toothpick to push that material out. Here you go. And then on the same on the other side with that little hook facing up and closer to you, we insert these 2 in there. Then the next piece is 134, 2 of them. They're also on board number 8. One is right here, right below the middle on the left, right below the 133. And the second one is bottom right corner here. So those 2 with the wording facing towards you, we're going to insert it into the second hole on the left. And here with the wording facing towards the outside, once again also towards you, we're going to insert it on the second hole on the other side. Next step is part 135 on step 3. And that one is going to be on actually board number 7. Let's see, let me get all that stuff away. It's the top left corner here. And here with the longer piece sticking out, hook is similar to the 133 pieces facing you. It's going to go right in the center hole at the top. So once we're done, we wax a little bit these little hooks on parts number 135 and 133s. And we put that on the side. Next step is part number 136. That's going to be on board number 8, and that's top right here, top of the board. So we take it out, and then part number 137. 137, there's a bunch of them here, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So it says open on them. Push them out. 1, 2, 3, and you kind of work the parts in. So I press it up and down a little bit, more pressure applying towards the bottom, as I mentioned before, to make sure that the fibers stay on the board rather than on the part. So all the 137 parts are in that cluster. All right, got them all 5. Now 137, 135, 136, and then 137 is going to go, let's see, with the arrow towards the 136. And here, this one's going to be open facing the top, just like that, facing top, facing, I'd say, to the right. So I guess open should face, the arrow should point towards 136. All right. The next step is 138, and then it's at all the way at the bottom of board number 8. And that's going to go over these parts. That's our step number 6. Just line up the tabs, pre-insert them. And then squeeze it in for complete sitting. All right, nice and tight. Moving on to the page number 54. And then that's gonna go over the other sub-assembly. So that long piece will push through this hole right here. And then these two parts will lock, onto the openings on the side of 136. Push it in, push it through, squeeze it a little bit and push it through, and let's see how far. Just needs to go in a little bit, or no further, until these are sticking out a little bit. And then we take part number 132 on board number 6, which is right here on the bottom. And within it, there's parts 140, so I'm gonna put those on the side. Once again, there is one with the 90 degrees that should be on the same side as this part. So in that's step number 2, match these. Once again, that centerpiece is gonna go through the top hole, push it in, and then lock it on these, I think 137. Onto parts 137. No, not 137, 133. And other parts that are sticking out. Let's see. So this should be moving. Do we need to wax just the ends? Yeah, just the locks. Doesn't say anything about waxing that surface there, but it should be moving. That internal piece should be moving in and out on the external piece. Next step is step number 4. We need parts 140 and 139. So 140 is the ones that I just pulled out that were together with piece 132. So take these out, and then 139 is right at the center, a little bit above that 132 piece. 139 with that hole facing towards the top, 140 with the tabs away from you, which wouldn't matter at this point of time, but the round off portion towards the top, so that's what matters. So flat portion is on the bottom, and that's gonna go onto that long part, and we're inserted into the holes on 132. So now it's going to be traveling back and forth without twisting much. That completes step number 6. Moving on to the page number 55. Step number 1, part number 141. That's on board number 6. On the below the middle on the right hand side here. 141, and that's gonna go with the parts that are at 90-degree turn. Let's see, so there's 2 holes here and 4 holes here. So the ones on the 2 holes, we rotate. So the larger half round is going to be on the right, the smaller on the left, I guess, or inside, doesn't matter. But you can pull it to the left. So these 2 tabs are going to go into 2 holes. And make sure this cutout is facing towards the inside. Just like that, push it in. And the next step is part number 142, which is right above top right of board number 6 here. This is gonna go, we turn it around, and that piece with the tabs facing you, it's gonna go on these 2 tabs. Let's see, with the inner hole and this hole, so the 2, not the 2 within the circular ones. Just like that. Next step is part 143, which is also on board number 6. It's right next to 141 here. That's gonna go inside that longer piece, 141. The first hole with this tab facing towards the outside on the bottom. So make sure you inserted the correct direction, just like this. And then the next one is part number 144, which is on the right hand side of that board. There's a tab with 1 hole, so that tab, we're gonna go in the same part here. That's gonna go closer to the sub-assembly. And that's gonna get inserted right into that larger hole that is in the middle, almost in the middle there, just like that. Next step is step number 5, and we need part number 145, board 6. It's right in the center middle here, right in the center of the board. So with the hole facing these holes, it's going to go from this shorter side. Let's see, any symmetry. So it's, you look at that circle, the slot should be on the right hand side. You won't be able to insert it any other way because there's 3 holes on one side and only 2 holes on the other side, but just in case, if you're gonna try. Just push it on. And once again, as flat as you can get it onto this sub-assembly. As far as it can get it, as far as it can go. Here we go. A little further. Right. Done with step number 5. Step number 6 is part number 146. There's 2 of them on board number 7. Right here, a little bit above the middle on the left-hand side. So I'll pull both of these out, 1 and 2. And these gonna go, let's see, on the same side. One end with the triangle is going to be on the bottom here, right next to the hole, and the second end right into the hole at the top of that circular part. And then on the other side, same thing. All the way in. And we're done with page number 55, step 7. That's our F1 part. Moving on to the page number 56. That's where we're going to start assembling the motor. We need 15 rubber bands. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and we need part number 147, which is on board number 5. So that's going to be right here at the top left, a little bit below the top edge. We take 1 rubber band, goes in. Let's see, we start with any hole. We'll start with the top left, push it in, and then wrap it around any diagonally opposite hole, push it back out in the same size, kind of pull it so it's about the same distance on both sides. So 1, and we need times 5. Or 5 more times. So it's 3 sets of 5 rubber bands. So let's see, number 2 through the same hole, right? Push it in, push it out the other end. Even them out, as the rubber bands are the same. So we got 2. I'm trying to figure out where the third one goes. Third one goes in the same hole, and then over it, the 2 holes going to be only 2 rubber bands. So I'm just going to insert it on one end. And you can help yourself with the little tool that we made earlier, which is a little paper clip. So we put it on that. As long as I can put the rubber band on it and then pull it through. 1 hole, let it go, go on the other side, hook it up. And pull it through the other hole. So we got 3 rubber bands into this side ones. And then we're gonna need to get 2 rubber bands into the top and bottom, kind of. So if I'm looking at it as a top and bottom. So maybe easier just to do 2 at a time, because those are the only 2 that we left to do in that hole. And pull it out of the other hole, just like that. So you got a bunch of rubber bands. Let's see, making sure they're not crisscrossing much. It's easy to separate as of right now. And then I need part number 148. So to lock those in, those are going to be on board number 4. So I'm going to do one set at a time. Let's see, 148, there's 1. And there's 2, we're in this circle, so they're gonna be on a board or somewhere on the side here. So 148 and 148. They're more squared off for me rather than being round, like shown on the picture, but I guess they made some modifications. So in here, we take the top 2, put it through the top hole, bottom 2, put it through the bottom, just line them up and squeeze them through. And then the 3 on each side, same thing, I'm gonna line them up. To make it easier, trying to get 1, 2, 3. Here we go. One side. And then the other side, pull on them, kind of like to even the rubber bands out. They might not ever get like straight, but when you apply some pressure on it, you'll see that they're gonna lose that slack in there. So we got 1 in, and we got 3 more left that we need to do. So let's see, same thing, we're gonna do 3 on the kind of like horizontal towards inside, or these 2 side holes, and then 2 on the top and bottom. So let's do 1. Will take some time, so bear with me here. Or if you're faster, you can scroll it forward on YouTube. Unfortunately, I'm doing live, so I cannot fast forward it. So I'm using the paper clip just to make it easier. Hook it up, pull it up on the other side, pull it back in. Got 3, and then 2. Gonna grab onto them, pull a little bit so to get the slack out. Maybe use 148 right away while I'm pulling on these. just to complete that portion. I'm stretching out a little bit, and then it should slide right into those holes. One side. Should probably do it on the other side, towards inside. And then on the other side. One and two. Kind of pull on it to straighten it out. And then the last two on this one. Oop. Make sure you're not overlapping. Then your rubber bands. Not grabbing any extras. And these gonna go on the outside. Oop. One fell out. One, and then the other hole. Grab it with the little paper clip, bring it over. Then hook it onto the last side. Pull on it a little bit just to get it straightened out. Same here a little bit. All right, and then the last side. So I grab three. Didn't go as well as planned. All right, three. Three on inside and three on the other side. I guess I can taste the end and getting a little impatient here. There you go. Straighten it out. All right, and two more. From this side. And from that other side. All right, and we're almost done with our motor. Gonna hook that here, and then the other side on the opposite end. on with page number 56. Hopefully you're still watching, as I got a little bit boring there. Next step, page number 57, we need board number 3 and part number 149. They're on board number 649. That's what we start with. There's 2. We're gonna start with 1. It's bottom left corner. Some parts within it, and then we need 3 toothpicks cut in half. These gonna go through the outside holes. On the outer diameter. Through the toothpick holes. Let's see, there's 4 on the outer diameter and 2 on inside on these 2 legs. Pushing it through to get it all the way to the surface, flat with the surface, and then another part number 149 over it, bottom left of the same board number 6. Pull out the internal pieces, and then same direction, make sure it matches all the sides match. We push that through down all the way to the second one, and then we cut off the toothpicks. And that's gonna give us, we're done with step number, just finish up cleaning up the toothpicks there. We're done with step number 3. That's gonna be our part F3. And put it on the side here. And then step number 4, need part number 150. That's on board number 3. Was on board number 3, so there's 150 here, and we need to make 3 of those. Step number 6 at the end shows 3 times, so we need 3 150s. 40, and those gonna be within this circle here, which we popped out earlier. So it's right here, and there's gonna be 151s. I believe somewhere on the side too. They're right here. So 150s, 3 150s. Let's see, there should be 6 151. We have 5 here on this one. And then within inner circle, there was another 151 and 3 41s. All right, so 141s. Paper clip on the side, just in case if we need it later. So 41s we sand and we apply wax onto them. So 1, 2, and 3. And they go on the shorter tab there, right by the T. And our next step, all the way in, and then the next step, number 5, is 2 of the gears. Push through that long piece all the way to the T, and then apply wax to the gears. That would be our number 1. I'll apply the wax first. It's gonna be easier. Two, 3, and 4. So 1, 2, push it all the way down, and the third one, and push it all the way down to the T. We're done with page number 57, step 6, page 58. Step 1, we need part number 153 and 152. And so those are on board number 4 and 3. So we're going to be within the board number 3 done, except we have an extra 69 parts. So I can pitch it out. It's on one of the inserts. 153s and 152 is on board number 4. There's one I have here from inside of here at some point of time. All right, so let's see, 153, we need 1, 2, 3 right away. I'm just gonna go ahead, we don't need all 3 in the first step. There's gonna be a little tight fit in there, so I'm gonna do file them and wax them right away, and then sorry, short sentences there. So I'm gonna file and wax them right away, and then use them as needed on this page a little bit later. And we need to make 3 of these sub-assemblies. So this is number 1. Then we need parts 154. We also need 3 of these. So let's see, and as I said, both of these parts are on board 3 and 4. On board number 3, we already pulled it out at some point of time within little blocks from inside other larger parts. So they should be sitting on the side of your table, not or from board number 4, not on the board. All right, so first step, we insert 153 onto one of these little tabs. there's directionality, so the longer axis going this way into the part 152. Then we insert 154 over it. Next step, number 2, we insert, or actually number 3, we insert on the next pin, we insert 154 first, and then we insert 153 inside of it, because it's not going to fit the other way. And push it in, so it doesn't even want to come out. And then step number, that's 4. Step number 5, same thing, we insert the 154 first. Slide it over the tab, and then we insert 153. Line it up with the pin. And here comes the tough part. Is to get it on. I can't get my fingers in there, so I'm just gonna use the tool, helping tool, and push it on there. So here we go, we have our 3 bearings inside there, inside that circle, and 153s and 154. So we need to make 3 of these. And I'm gonna put it on the side. And pull the other part. So 152s are on board number 4. There is 3 154s here on the same board in the top left corner. There is 1 spare. Let's see, 154. So I'm just gonna sand and wax all these 153s and 154s. All right, 4 of these. And 153 should be 2 more here. Alrighty, so let's sand. I'm gonna start with 153. Sanding down the connection points. All right. Now putting a little wax on every single piece. Wax is important because we do need it for lubrication. There is a lot of friction in the part, and this particular assembly, it's pretty large, and there's going to be a lot of moving components, so you want to put as much wax as possible in order to eliminate or reduce the friction as much as possible. Of course, the sanding is also important, is because to remove all these burrs and connection points and everything, that's all these little parts will prevent, I mean, a little tiny particle there may prevent from good, complete operation, or smooth operation, I should say. All right, so same steps as before. We put out 153 first, then 154 over. Next one we put 154 first, then 153 on inside. Once again, I'm gonna use the tool to put it in. Alrighty, and then the third pin, same thing, 154, then 153, just align at 153. Insert the tool, and press it in. All the way in. So number 2 is ready, and then the last number 3. Well, I guess we could start with 154, but it's easier to put 153 in first on the first step, then 154, 154, then 153. Almost made a mistake there. And the last one, 154, wiggle it in, and 153. So just line it up with a tab. Oops. And then use the tool to press it in. All right, so step number 7 is done. We got all 3 done. Now step number 8 is to insert 155 and 41. So 155 are going to be on board number 4 on the right hand side, right in the middle here. So these are smaller parts. And then 41s, we have 3 of them left from board number 3. That would be like on the bottom left circle there. There are a lot of 41 parts throughout the assembly. All right. One, 2, 3. And then we need to wax these up. And now we take the sub-assembly that we did before. We put this little roller through it all the way to the end. Then we take part number 155. Let's see, it should go in between all these wheels, kind of separating wheels. So let me see. that should go all the way to the end. So I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna push that part 155 inside the assembly. And let's see, I kind of to make sure that it's in the same X or the surface plane as the part 152. So kind of like right in the center there, and then I'm gonna put it over and then lock it up with part number 41. I'm gonna push that part as far as it can go. So that portion is moving on inside that little bearing. All right, and then as far as the that little rod goes, there's like a little stab, so your 154 is gonna go only to a specific point. All right, so same thing on all these 3 bearings. I guess it's easy to put it onto the rod. Get 155 in there, and then lock it up with 41. And then make sure this spins on the axis. And a number 3. All the way in, and once again spinning on its axis. All right, we're done with page number 58. Put these aside. Page number 59. We need 2 parts number 156, which are on board number 5. They're right here, a little bit above and below the middle to the left of the center line. And then 3 parts 157. They're right here on the left-hand side of the board. So push these out, and here we have these little tabs here, openings. They're going to go to the towards the outside and closer to these wheels. I'm going to push these through, and how far does it need to go? Past these or not? I guess past these, all the way up to the little tabs there, and repeat with the same other two pieces. Once again, that little opening is towards the closer to the gears and pointing outward. All right, a little more and a little more. There you go. All right, now it's completely flat against those tabs. Next step, we need to wax this gears here. So I'm still using my little candle wax, kind of bending the tin cup to get it fit in there. And doesn't look like I'm getting too much wax on there, so I'm gonna finally use the little stick that was provided, just to make sure that I get enough wax. Personally, I don't like the one that is provided because it's a little too flaky. So kind of like a lot of flakes and it falls off of it, but it does the job. And then we need part number 158 in step number 2. It's top left corner of the same board number 5. We insert it from the other side. And let's see, has to go all the way to the tabs here. So I'm gonna send these connection points. Because it does go a little hard, and I'm going to use a little of wax on these long pieces. Just to get the sliding smoother through those rectangular holes. And then applying little by little pressure on every single side. And push it down up to the tabs there on all 3 sides. Alright, so I got it down. That's our part F5. Also put it on the side. Let's see, on the side. And then step number 3, we need 3 toothpicks. Cut in half. And then part number 159, 2 of them, they're going to be on the left side of the board number 5. And then we put the toothpicks from, let's see, from one side. Doesn't matter, I guess, which one. Just as long as we line up the parts at the end. And then once again, make sure you line up all these surfaces there, outlines, and we push the second 159 over these toothpicks, and we cut them off as close to the surface as possible, as we're going to be inserting some parts over these. So my recommendation would be not only to cut it off, but also run the sandpaper on both sides. Actually, not only on both sides, but all 4 sides. Clean it off so we fit 160s the end first. Those are also on board number 5 at the bottom left here. And then let's see, so these little tabs facing away from you, the little dots on part 160, I'm gonna first, because these are gears, clean out first of all the burrs that I see, and I'm gonna dip it into the candle wax. prior to putting them on there, because these are gears and we will need a wax on them. So these tabs away, the dot should be towards the top, and we insert these two all the way in. Moving on to the page number 60. Step number 1, we need to insert 2 5s. Let's see, and I have 5s here on one of the, there should be more left. Let's see on what board it would be. On board number 1. Oh, yeah, so I have took the spares, but just in case we could take the ones that are in here. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 total on this page. And because we need to send them and wax them, I took all 4 right away, so like I just do that in one shot rather than waiting until the end of the page to change the operation. All right, send them and wax them. And then we insert these 5s from the end where we just did the gears all the way up to the gears. That's our F6. Now that F6 join in with F5 that we just created on the previous page. So that's gonna go through that, the gear is gonna be on the side of that little interesting shape rather than through the side of the gears. And that goes only up to the little tabs there. It doesn't go any further. Then we need part number 161, which is on which one? That should be on one of the board number 3 on one of the inserts. There's also a spare on board number 1, top right corner here, so that's why I was looking at it. So same thing, we're gonna send it and wax it, and that's gonna go all the way to the end of this rod. Just to make sure. This up to this little surface. A little tough to put it on. Alright, past the first tab. That's where sending was good. And it needs to go all the way down. So kind of sandwiching my fingers in there. Push that all the way in. Let's see. All right, past that little tab to make sure it doesn't gonna go backwards if there is a nut. any pressure. Let's see. And then so I had to squeeze this part a little bit here. To get it on, and then pass that all the way up to the surface here. And then part number 5, ooh, and that's what I forgot to do. Now I'm a little out of luck, and I have to kind of try to remove it. Let's see if I'll be able to fix this situation here. All right. I was able to. So I'm gonna cut out that portion. So, but make sure that you guys don't make the same mistake. I'm gonna rewind back a little bit, and you're not gonna see what I did. So mistake that I made, I put that part through, then I inserted 161 before putting 5, so I had to remove it. Now to make sure you don't make the same mistake, I have rewinded it. So I missed the step number 2. In my previous failure. So my first step is to insert part number 5 over that rod. Hopefully. And 1 over my 5 separated, so I need the second one. I'm gonna use the one that I have already prepared. And I got the second one also failed to go all the way in. All right, I got 2 spares. Hopefully one of these will work. Alrighty, let's try a little more. Sanding there. We're gonna do, oh, sand and wax these 5 guys. All right, sanding helped a lot. So insert the number 5 first. I'm gonna wax it. Put it through the step number 4 F5 assembly. And then we put the 161 over it. Once again, on this specific step, sanding and waxing is essential of that long rod, because as you can see, it did give us some trouble in the beginning, but now we locked it up. And then we insert another 5 which is we need to sand and wax. Once again, at this step, you press the little bar a little bit and you move it down all the way to the end. we stop it. We don't need to move it all the way to the end. Well, I guess I could move it back up for now. We move it up to that little tab and we just leave it right before it. Okay, our next step would insert these little guys onto the 3 little holes here and get them wiggle in a little bit to get the gears engaged. F4. Our next step is 2 162s, which are on board number 5 on the right hand side here. And we get these over. All right, so there's holes for the tabs, and also there's holes for, I think it was part number 41. So get them on the tabs first, at least the first one. Then align these little parts to get them into the holes, so you can squeeze it further down. And then you press that sub-assembly or that gear as far down as it can go. And we insert the second one over it. Until it's flat. Once we have both of these sitting on there, let's see, the centerpiece is rotating very nice and smoothly there, and we do 2 5s at the end. So let's see, we have the 2 5 left. I did use the spare one, so but there's 2 more on the board number 1. And we send them and wax them. And I'm also gonna apply wax to these gears, large 162 gears. All right, so let's do 5s first. Two of these. Push them in inside a little bit of that assembly so the little opening is visible. And let's see, we do need the wax. It is shown actually, sorry. So I'm gonna use that little stick that they have provided to me. And we're done with page number 61. Moving on to the page number 62, step 1. So this 5 has to sit right before that little tab. Let's see. I'm just gonna put the toothpick in there and the tab to make sure that 151 doesn't move any further at this point of time. And let's see, so we need 10mm cutouts of the toothpick. And it's gonna be interesting. All right, so let's do three toothpicks. So my marks here are 10mm. One, two, and three. All right. Okay, before we get to it, so we need F2 with the rubber bands facing in. Put it through the middle here. Onto the tabs. And then 5 should be right inside there. Move the parts gonna remove that actually toothpick, make sure it's not on the way. 5 is sitting in there. And then you push the little part through here. We got the toothpicks prepared. So we push kind of like onto inside and through, grab it on the other side. Stretch the rubber band, which is tough. And then what we'll need to do, we'll need to put it onto this little long rod and insert a toothpick through it. So I'm gonna rotate the rod so the hole is facing me. So after I insert it, it's gonna be easier for me to get in there. All right, I grab it by my 2 fingers, pull it. It's a tough job. Put it onto there, hold it with your fingers. I'm kind of like holding it by hand, it's a little tough. Then you insert the toothpick right in the middle there. Into a little hole as I pre-started, and then I'm going to use my tool to push it in further. So you need to have it sticking out on both ends a little bit. So when you release that little piece, it's just going to lock in place. All right, first one's done. So there is my number 5 split a little bit, but I'm gonna leave it as is. I don't think it matters because this part is not rotating on there. So it should be good. Let's see, second step. Is the second one. Once again, rotate it so it's facing you. Pull it, put it on the rod and pull it further. Get the toothpick and push it through the hole. Start it, and then I'm gonna use the tool to push it further. because it's hard to press on a toothpick by your fingers. Once again, just far enough so it shows up on the other side, and then when you let it go of that little piece, it's just gonna sit on a toothpick. Now the third one, last one, just rotate it a little bit. Actually, there is movement. It seems like it's only on one side, so it still should be okay, I believe. All right, but we'll see. And of course, the third one is the hardest, or it feels like the hardest, because you did it twice already. There you go. All right, so all 3 steps are done, and we're done with step number 4. Next, we're gonna get this large assembly into the F1, which is sitting here, with the large gears towards the inside. All right, just like this. We're done with page number 62, 63. We lock it up with 163, which would be found on board number 6. So board number 6, and it was inside of this little circle, so it should be on the side here. All right, 163. All right, and we take 163 and put it through this large hole in here with a flat surface towards the gear. Gonna start it off, and then I'm gonna use my tool to move it so it's symmetrical and doesn't fall out. All right, done with step number 1. Step number 2 is we need another 5, which can be found on board number 6, right bottom to the right of the center line here. And once again, sand and wax, and it's gonna go against that wheel here, not all the way in, but kind of up to the step, and we're gonna put it on the side. So I just left it right here, not going too far. There's like a little step there, just gonna leave it there. All right, next step is number 3. We need parts 165 and 164. They're both on board number 6, so 164 right at the center all the way at the top here. And then 165s are a little below the middle on the right hand side. So the second one we'll need at the end. But the first step is take 165 and then 164s with a T facing kind of like an up and down. Gonna put it through these 2 holes on the side, all the way in. And side and the other, and press it all the way into the end. And then we need part number 166, also on board number 6 to the left here in the middle. Take out 187s from inside. Now number 4 points out to the direction of the teeth, so they should face counterclockwise here. And we insert from the back that 164, 165 sub-assembly. All the way against the surface. Next step is 167, which is on board number 5, bottom left. And bottom left here. And then the little teeth, they were within large piece here. So we have it sitting on the side. So I'm going to toss this board. 168. Where's my helping tool? Get these little teeth out. We have a couple spares, or one spare. Alrighty, and let's see. We need to wax these guys into the rounded portion. And now 167 with the teeth pointing clockwise now. We insert it into here, kind of like into opening of 166. And then they put the teeth also facing the same direction. All 4 of them in here. And then we all lock it all up with 165 over the tabs. And we're done with page number 63. All right, part 169. Board number 8, bottom right corner. Right here. We insert it into that sub-assembly, once again with the teeth, internal teeth facing clockwise, external counterclockwise, from the back with the flat portion towards the top, on the left hand side, work side closer to you. As far as it can go, and then that goes into sub-assembly that we did. Let's see. With that rectangular opening. Trying to see if the direction matters there. The goal is to line up. And then once you line it up, I'm pushing on a rod from the other side so I don't kind of like working it my way in. I need to set it on something so I don't break off these little points in order to give a little pressure. And this little tab's gonna go into the onto the other side of that part 166. You can kind of pre-start it. Get it in. Let's see, make sure it's far enough. And then let's see, everything is tight, straight. Maybe I need to push that little part a little further until it actually covers the 5 inside. So now it should be straight. It's sitting on these little 2 tabs, and then we put another 5 on the end here. That's the last piece on board number 6. Insert it all the way in until it's inside the part here. Okay, our next step is parts F3 that we created earlier. That one's going to go over that whole assembly. There's one way. Start it up, and then work it in. Need something, let's see, it's a little tough from the back, maybe leverage all the way in so we can insert 163 in there. All right, so I got it as far as I could. And then 163, the second one is right in here. And then that goes through that hole. And once again, I'm gonna start it up and then use my tool to get it in further. Okay, it's all the way in. Now we just need a little bit on the other side. Actually, it already sticks out a slight bit. Just need a little tiny piece there so it doesn't pop open back up. Here you go. That's good. That completes number 5 step, and then we take number 6 is take that whole assembly, and with that wheel towards the outside, that goes into the, let's see, these 2 tabs are here, holes, these holes, there's one hole here. These guys gonna go on the inside of this, 3 more holes here, and these 2 tabs gonna go right in here. So just line it all up, and I'm gonna start from this end. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I need to line these holes up and then insert it push it in one side. And the other side. That side is in. That side, there's nothing on that side. All right, this one, let's see, we need to make sure that it's all the way in, the tabs are in. This tab is in, and now this side, right here in the front, this one's in. And left and right, rotate it around. This little tab is falling out. These are not matching up. Let's see, a little squeeze in here. Get one side, second side, one on the bottom. Here you go. Top and bottom, and then we can squeeze it. All right, got all these lined up. So all of these tabs are in, and now this little piece, that's the last one. Gonna need to hold that little, give it a little leverage. All right, I think I got all of these in. And the last step, so everything, yep, all of these are flat in. And now the last step is parts number 24. They're on board number 1. There's 4 of them left right here. And these gonna go through these parts right here. All 4 to like these in place. So to make sure it's lined up. Oop. I won't be able to rotate it so you guys can see it, but you get the idea. Just like shown in step number 7. So we need to push it through the first hole and then through the second hole in the back. So I'm trying to find some leverage so I can push it through both holes. Here you go. Kind of like stick my fingers in there or something, because I can't turn it on the side. Because I can insert it into the first hole, no problem, but the second one, and I cannot get in there, so somehow I need to line these. Let's see, maybe I can use my tool to hold it in place. Or hold it from the other side. Here you go. Yeah, here you go. So I'm pushing with the tool from back, and that's how I'm able to get those in. That's at least the front portion here. So I got these 2 in. This one I was just holding the part, squeeze that in, and then the bottom portion I haven't squeezed it all the way in yet, but at least I started. So I'm pushing the tool from the back here through the holes and kind of pushing in that part. Here you go, to get it flat in, or all the way in. And I probably have to get in. Oh, yep. So that's what I'm gonna do for the other side. I'm just gonna hold the part with my tool from the back here and insert the part 24 all the way in. Now I'm done. So all four of these are completely in and hold the part in place. All right, done with page number 64. Moving on to the page number 65. Okay, page 65. Let's see, move that aside a little bit. Page 65, step 1. We need parts 170 and 171. So 170 is on board number 8. That's the large piece right here, right at the center here, or to the left a little bit of the center. Gonna put that one back just to make sure I don't lose it. And then 171 is going to be on board number 7, right at the center at the top here. So there's 2 parts, and I need the second one for the step number 2. All right, so these go on the side here, on these wings or leaves or petals or whatever you want to call it. And there's a directionality, so there's like too close to each other. So there's matching side for the tabs. Let's see, doesn't matter which way. So just push them in until it's flat to the surface, and then same thing, step 2 on the other side. All right, just 2 of them are in, and that completes step number 2. Step number 3, we need part number 176, which is on board number 8 on the top right here. 170, no wait, that's not 176. 176 is on board number 7, and top to the left of the 171s. And there's 172 on there and 176, so we do 176 first. And that part's gonna go right at the center here. Let's see, there's a little kind of like a tail, 2 tail, 1 tail and 2 tails. So the side with the 2 goes towards this round shape here. And let's see, and that goes in the last opening right here on part 170. Not out of these 3, so it's going to be the last one closest to the shape here. And then we insert these all the way in, and then 173, which is looks like on board number 8, center bottom here, a little bit to the right of the center. Just gonna get that part out, and that's gonna be up front with the longer tab sticking towards the end, all the way in. Next step, we need 2 parts number 6. Those are on board number 1, top right corner. We just got 2 6s left. I'm gonna take the whole block out and get those 6s out. And once again, gonna sand these and apply a little bit of wax on the outside. And these 2 parts go onto these two tabs at the end of part 170. Just like that. And then the last piece on this page is 174. 174 is the top right of board number 8. That's the one that I tried to pull out a little bit earlier. So we're gonna get it out now. There's two of them actually. So one's gonna go onto the, I guess if you look at it as a rocket on the left side, one is on the right. And let's see, it is looks like it is symmetrical, so there is no specific way to put it in. Let's see, or is there? Is it gonna fit? There's gonna be some spacing in between, so there's okay, so these 4 tabs, yeah, there's a little directionality on here. So there's like one tab that's split, that's gonna go in here, and then the rest gonna go into these 4 holes. Let's see if that's the truth. Yeah. So we need to get these in first. I'm gonna do it from the side. Let me just double check something. It doesn't fit because we did not insert it on the right side. So me not paying any attention, so I insert this on the wrong side. Has to be on the opposite from these 2 tabs. So I'm gonna pull it out. And as you can see, we all make mistakes, and this is not my first one throughout this assembly, but I mean, everything, well, almost everything is fixable. So I'm just using that tool that we have to pull the 173 out, flip it upside down. Now reinsert the same way as before. Probably should also cut this part out, but all right. Inserting 174. Now it's going to sit nice and perfect in there. Moving on to the page number 66. And second 174, it's to the left of the center light, right in the middle here of the board number 8. I will probably take that part out or put a note on there, try to put a note to make sure it doesn't screw you guys up. So 174 on the other side, and then we covered those up with 175s, which are on board number 8 also. Top left corner here, 3 of them. And you chose to do it in the same direction. The one triangle away from you, which doesn't matter at the end probably, but we'll see. Let's see, so these, all right, now we flip it over, and 172 is on the other side here. which is on board number 7. Top here to the left. 172 gets inserted from the other side. Same thing with the 2 tails towards that round shape here. And we have only 2 holes, just like that. And that's our G1, so I'm going to put it on the side. Moving on to the page number 67, we need parts number 179 and 177. 179 is on board number 8. Right at the center, a little bit above the middle here. And 177s are on board number 7. Top left here, so this is the only parts except 190 are in the top left corner. So, and these 177s with the rectangular hole, they're gonna go onto 179. And you might want to send 179 a little bit. And then I'm doing it with a little that pointy shape up on both sides, and the round shape away, pointing away, and that needs to go all the way in to the tab here in the center. Same thing from the other side, just make sure you match the shape, it doesn't face the other direction. And same thing all the way in. Next step is 178s. Those are on the bottom of board number 7 right here, bottom right. And those gonna go, I would put a little bit of wax on the ends of the 179 and then put 178s there, because it looks like they're gonna be rotating. And our next step is part 180, which is on board number 8. And it's on the left here in the long piece. Careful pushing it out without trying not to break it. Step number 4, we need half of the toothpick. I got some leftover parts from before, which should be enough. Almost looks like I have here to get it through. Part number 180 is symmetrical, so we just push the toothpick through the 3 holes, 2 holes of 177 and then 1 hole of 180, as far as it can go, flush, and then we cut it off on the other side, slice it off. Next step, that's gonna be our G2, so make sure you don't lose the 178s from there. Page number 68. We take G1 and G2. So G1 should be upside down with these parts, or 172 towards the top. And we insert that sub-assembly that we just did into these 2 tab holes with the 178 tabs into them. I'm gonna do one first. And then the second one, don't forget to put that part in there. And do the second one all the way in. Now we have that part moving up and down. And gonna put it aside again. Let's see, parts, step number 2, we need parts number 181. That one's 181 is right here, 185 fell out. So 181 on the board number 8 on the right hand side. And then we need parts number 182, 4 of them. And 182 are on board number 7 at the top, a little bit to the left here. So there's 3 right here, little cluster. and then one a little bit below. Let me get these out. 182 is right here. So these four, we're gonna take, let's see, turn it so that hole is facing towards you or down, and turn it around so the writing is backwards, like so you can read it from the other side. And that's the side that you insert 182 right on the cluster of 3 holes here on the outside of those. So like the 2 holes or 2 holes on the outsides, with the round off portion facing outwards. So circle comes in to be inside, just like that. Make sure they're all the way in. And then step number 3, we need parts 183, and we need 4 of those. They're also on board number 7, right here and here. So we pulled them out a little bit earlier, and they're on separated pieces here on the side. So 2 183s here, and then another 2 183s on the other piece, in the top right corner, top left corner. Okay, and those 3 gonna go into the, or 4 gonna go into the 1 2 3 4 openings here, not in between the 182s. So I'm just gonna insert these. If it doesn't insert very easy, put a little bit of wax on there or sand it down slightly and put a wax, but they should go in because they're pre-cut slots, just to get so these act like a spring a little bit. Now we need another half of the toothpick. Got one right here on this side, and that's gonna go from the back through that hole here, and we push it all the way in until it's flat on that side. Step number 5, we insert part number 185, which can be found on board number 8. So it's board number, or sorry, 184. So there's top left corner here. Just do 1. Not sure if doesn't show that we need to do anything with it, so that's gonna go. We turn this thing upside down, and on the end here, that where the hole is at, that's where you insert that whole sub-assembly that we created. So with the round off portion, my 184 just left me. Give me a second if I can find it. It just flew off. My carpet's kind of dark here, so all right, 184 back on there. So it's gonna go through that long piece, the hole in here. So that's where the toothpick's gonna go through, and then into that hole where it says up and down, that's where part number 6 goes into. At least should go into. Just like that. Then we move on to page number 69. And from the other side, we put the second 184 in there. And there's one spare just in case if you lose one, just like I did. But lucky for me, I found it back. So I put it through the toothpick. And then I do part 185, which is on board number 8, but it got removed a little too soon. So I have it laying on the side. And that's gonna go over, let's see, matching the same outline. So I'm gonna start from the bottom there, the toothpick first, and then let's see whichever parts are push it in and trying to get the holes in proper way. Line them up or align them. And squeeze it in. Make sure they're aligned, because if they're not gonna squeeze very easy. There you go. Now, as much as you can until they're all properly seated. Once we do that, we need step number 3, we need part number 186, which is on the top left of board number 8, which we're done with. And that goes with the UGears towards you. It's gonna go in the top holes here of the joystick. All the way in. And then step number 4, we need parts 187, board number 6, which we already pulled some time ago. So there's 2 187s here and 2 187s here. So get those out. Let me get them out of the parts first. And these gonna go on the sides, 1, 2 holes here on the opposite side, covering the 3 holes, and giving it a nice round off shape. Just like that. And then we slice off the toothpick that is sticking out on here. So just take it off and we're done. So this is our part number G. Moving on to page 70. And put that G on the side for now. Page 70. Toothpick cut in half. Part number 188, board number 1. Top right corner here, 2 of them. And 189, it's going to be right a little bit below the middle here, to the left of center line on the same board number 1. And we take the toothpick that we just cut, I'm going to push it through 188 all the way through 189, and then put another 188 on the other side. And squeeze them together and cut off the toothpick at the end. That's gonna go let's see, that's gonna go onto the, there's 2 holes right underneath here on the tower, next to that long piece here, and that's where the 188 needs to stick into. Let's see, I need to rotate it a little bit, lay it down maybe, to get your fingers in there, kind of tough. One is in, the second one, come on. One is out. All right, one's in and it's out. The trick is lining them up, and okay, so now we got it inserted. We're all good to go. It's done with the step number 6. Moving on to the page number 71, and we need part number 190. So that part is gonna go, that's on board number 7, top right corner here. And now I can get rid of this board also. And that part, it's gonna go into, from the bottom into this hole right here, and into the hole on that extension leg. So we're gonna go into the hole from the bottom first. Kind of like a support anchor. All right, it's in. Now we need to insert it into this hole. All right, now it's in. And the last step on that page, step number 2. Let me see, you guys can see it. Gonna rotate the tower a little bit. We gonna take that handle that we just assembled. So this piece gonna go through the top hole into the assembly. Let's see. All the way up to the little T intersection there. And let's see if I insert it correctly. No. Not exactly. Or did I? Yes, it's gonna, it goes underneath that top caution plate. So just like that, the way I put it in. So that's correct. We don't need to come back and fix or anything. Let's see, our next step is gonna be to page number 72. Get to part number 18s. Step 2, and both of those are on board number 1. So those are the last 2 parts that are left on this board here. One is in bottom right corner, one is right here a little bit below the middle on the left of the center line. These 2 are additional parts, this one's additional, so we're good to go. That board is done, and these guys gonna go right on these circular pieces here. One side and the other side. On inside. I'm not sure if you see it or not, but one is right here, right on this one, and the second one gonna go onto this part. And then we insert these into the 2 holes on that. Well, I guess I'm a little bit ahead, but onto these 2 holes on each side of that arm of fork. Gonna rotate it sideways right now, so it's gonna be a little bit more comfortable for me to put, and then I'll show you how, or let me see, maybe I'll do it sideways. So one is right here, and then has to go, or the other way, we can put it in first, because that side, the other side we can adjust, and then it goes over the, let me see, I didn't insert it completely. that goes over here. And then we're gonna do the other side. I won't be able to show you as clear, but maybe you'll be able to see it or figure out on your own. Make sure the other side doesn't fall off. As you insert those tabs into the holes. Here you go. Both sides are done, so this side right here, not sure if you can see it. Nope, 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 nope. Right there. Into the holes, and then the second side, sorry about that. Move you back. And the other side's right here. All right. We're done with this step number 1 and 2. Next step, we need half of the toothpick, which we already had from before, and that's gonna go connecting these little part with the part 189, I think it was. So there's 2 holes on that hammer, and through the little hole right here on that, like a little extension. Let me see if you can see it. You probably can't. This side it would be better. So this guy has to go in between these 2 guys, and you put the toothpick right through these 3 holes. Hold on, I can't do it with one hand, but you got the idea. And I'm gonna do it on the table. That way that's gonna be more comfortable for me. You may need to separate these guys a little bit to get that part, I think 189, to squeezed in there. Kind of hard to get your fingers in there too. There you go. And now we push the toothpick through all 3. And step 3, we need to cut it off on the other side. So once again, I'm pushing the toothpick through all these 3 parts right here. And I'm gonna use the helping tool to do that. Once again, on the table probably, because it's not very comfortable. Make sure you don't puncture yourself once again with the toothpick, but you cannot do it holding it up. So I'm just gonna leverage it on the table and push it through all the way in, so it sticks out right here. And then my next step on page number 74 is to cut it off. So I just pre-cut and snap it off. All right, we're done with the tower, and our next steps are going into building the helicopter. After that, let's see, and then we check the operation. And after that, we build, let's see, the second build is the plane. So let's do the helicopter. I'm gonna put the tower on the side. And let's see, clean up the area here a little bit. All right, so we're like last pages of the assembly. Helicopters first. That's the one that has blades. So it's self-explanatory which packet you need to use. Take the plastic off, these little boards. Also has the H on them, and the plane would have A for airplane. All right, so we need 4 boards here, 3 boards. And we need actually from A1. So I'm gonna open the second pack too. Need a part from A4. I'm gonna take it out so I don't lose it. That's part number 1. All right, so let's start. Step number 1, part number 1, which I already took off A4, and 4 parts 265. So the 265s, there's 3, 4, 5 on here. So we just need 3 for now, 4 for now. So I'm gonna take this these 2 guys. Leave 1 on there. 2, 3, 4. Put it aside. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we need 2 toothpicks. As you can see, we still have plenty of toothpicks left, as we were conserving them too. So I got a little more than probably needed, but even if you don't use, if you use not as conservative as I did, you still should be okay with the quantities. So this one, toothpicks 1 at a time. That's step number 2. We insert the 4 toothpicks. And then parts number 2, which would be on board number H3. So H3, there's a bunch of little 2s here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we send them and wax them, just as before. All right, and then wax. And I'm gonna put them on the toothpicks right away rather than sitting them on the side. And we need part number 107, and that one's on board H3, top left corner here. Probably should not, or continue to specify where location is, just for you guys to be easier to find the part. And then it goes right in the center. In between the little part 2s. Guess you need to kind of lay it flat to get it in perfectly. And then part 191, which is on board H1, right here at the bottom left. And push the circle out with the part 200 inside there. That goes over these guys, over the toothpicks on the outside of 2s. So it'll be spinning on those. And we lock it up with the other number 1 which is on board H3, bottom left. So same thing as before. On the tower, we push the toothpicks through the holes as far as it can go, and then onto the threes, which you might need to align a little bit. A little bit at a time, and it should spin it easy, almost too easy. And then you cut off the toothpicks. All right. Down with page number 75, moving on to the page 76. We need parts number 192, 193. They are on boards number H1 and one on bottom right. This one's gonna go one into the other. The little pressure, and then I would sand the sides. And apply a little bit of a wax onto them, just to slide parts easier. And we need part number 194, sorry. It's right in the middle of board number H1. Careful with that one, most commonly broken. And then you insert it from either side. Work it in a little bit. And let's see, we need to pay attention. So before you put it on, there's like a little step on one of the sides, so that should be on the opposite side from that step. So insert it on that part, and then push it in kind of like from both sides all the way down to the center here. And then from the same, turn it around from the side of the little step. We insert a little sub-assembly that we just did. By the way, we do need to wax that gear. And once again, from the part with the step, we insert the little sub-assembly that we just did. Doesn't matter from which side. Being picky. And that's gonna go all the way to the end also. Now we put it aside. We're done with step number 2. Step number 3, we need parts 196 and 195. H2 for 196. And 195 is in the bottom right of H2. So we sand the sides here, right up to the tabs on both ends. I would probably apply a little bit of a wax on those also, just to slide the parts easier. And then from the shorter side, we put the 195 in there. And then we need 2 197s, which are on H3 board in the top left corner here. I was gonna go with the little tabs right into part number 195 here. From one end shorter, and from the other end. As far as they can go. And then we insert 198 right at the end of that long 196. Then 198 is on H2. There's 3 of them here. So we just need one for now. Waxed the gears. And it goes right over 196. Let's see how far. I guess there's like a little step on it. No, maybe it's not a step, but shows a little bit of distance in between, so I'm not pushing it all the way down. Moving on to page number 77. I'm going to put that aside. Part 199 on H1. To the right here, right in the middle. Part 41, the same board right here to the left. Kind of like halfway in between middle and the top. There's actually a few of them, 2 of them here. Wax it and sand it, just like before on parts 41. And that goes from the long end of 199 all the way to the tab. And then we need 2 other 198s that we pulled out earlier from board number H2. Waxed. And they go right behind all the way to 41. And then another 41, which is on the same board. Kind of like at the middle to the right, a little bit of the center line. Sanded and waxed. We're gonna go on the end, locking the gears in. Just like that, and then we take the little sub-assembly and we insert it with the shorter piece into the hole here. And then we take another part 195, which is on the top left corner of board H2. And that goes over 141, and that long piece there's like a little movement. And then we need part 200, which we pulled out a little. No, it's 240. 200 is on the right here. Get that out, sand it, and it's gonna go right at the end of that little, or wax it right at the end of the tab. Push it as far as it can go. All right, and we're done with page number 77. Moving on to the page number 78. That subassembly, we need two parts 201, which are on board number H1. One is right here at the top left, and the second one is within that circle here, like somewhere almost in the middle. And these guys gonna go with the tab down, opening towards you onto the rod here. And we take the previous sub-assembly. Let's see, with the gear facing up, we insert these 201s into the first holes and the third hole. And these two guys gonna go into these holes on the side, and then you match the other 4 holes for the other components. So as you can see, I already inserted one incorrectly, 201. So I'm gonna start with the first one, get the second one into the third hole. Then you get these guys in, start off, oops, still have a chance to get those back in. Line up all the parts. And squeeze them in as far as they can go. You might want to move the gears slightly to get them interconnected, interlocked. And squeeze everything in as far as it can go. Let's see. Work the gears a little bit. All right, need to get them worked in a little bit, so I'm spinning the one right here in the center. Let's see. We're done with step number 2. Step number 3. And turn these around upside down, and then we insert part number 202, which is on board number H2. Let's see, top left corner here, a little bit below the and then with the slit tab towards you, we get that into the 201s. Like that. Part number 203, which is right next to it. So that slot should be towards the back. That's the exclamation point. Then second hole, we insert the UGears facing back, like that, and then 204, which we also pulled out a little bit before. That one, wax on the gears, and then we insert it right at the end there. And now when you spin that, that should spin that rod very easily. So that's going to be our part H1. Moving on to the page number 79. Let's see, we need 2 ones again. They're on board A5. top left corner. 265s. One of them we have here on the side. And 3 within the circle on H2 or center piece. Those gonna get into one of the port ones. Same as before, 2 toothpicks. Cut in half. Insert them from the back. That's step number 2. From the bottom. Once again, I'm using my surface to push them in. And then we need 4 more 2s, which are on board number H3 on the left hand side here. We have 1 spare. And these are once again sanded and waxed. And as I wax them, I'm going to put them onto the toothpicks, same as before, just to make sure I don't lose them. Then we need another 107 on board H2, right at the center here. Sanded and waxed. As I said, you just need to sand off the connection points. The rest should be nice and smooth. And that's going right in the middle there. I'm gonna use the helping tool to get it, kind of try to get it centered. Yep. Just like that. Next part is 205 on board H3, right in the middle here, and then 222 is within that circle, so I'm gonna pull that out. Just remember that it's a 222, so this guy is gonna go over these and make sure that it goes all the way to the surface there of 1, and then we put another 1 on top. All right, we get it down to the numbers 265. Once we get it low enough, we adjust those 265s just to be straight, so they're coming in right into the hole and not offset. All right, this one seems a little bit off. There you go. Get it in, and then make sure there's rotation. Get somewhat smooth, and then cut off the toothpicks. And we're done with that part on page number 679. Moving on to the page number 80. Parts 207 and 206. They're on H1. Parts 207 is right in the middle, one of them. And the second one right at the center at the top. Part 206 is to the right, closer to the top there. Let's see, and then we insert 207s with a tab down, that little long piece towards you, onto the sides of the 206 as far as it can go. It's our seat. And then that goes right with the tabs or these long pieces facing you, right into these holes of the sub-assembly that we just did. All the way in. Next we need one rubber band cut in half. And we take one piece, let's see, insert it into a hole here. Well, toothpick to push it through, but I didn't need to. Or actually, no, you need the toothpick there. Let's see, so I'm gonna get parts that I have left here. So I'm just gonna do from the top. You push one toothpick on one side, and you push it all the way in. So I'm gonna use the tool. To get the toothpick all the way in. That will help us hold the rubber band. Just like that. Then the rubber band's gonna go over the top here. Well, let's do it into the second hole first. Push it through. Wrap it around these handles and use the second toothpick on the other side to lock it in, to lock the rubber band in. Okay, broke off before that, and then we chop off the excess toothpicks. I mean, I got enough on there to lock the rubber band in. Let me chop off the toothpicks at the ends there. And I guess I can cut a little bit of excess of that rubber band. Okay, and we're done with page number 80. Moving on to the page 81. So rubber band sits right over these handles. Part number 208. That's going to be on board H2, top left corner. The part 220 is inside, but we need to move it, push it out. And then part number 209, which is going to be on board number H1, right at the center, a little bit below middle here. So that one's going to go with the hole at the top, flat on the right. It's going to go into the two left holes. It's our little door. And then 2 10s, which are on board, same board H1. Then the right hand side a little bit below the middle here. 2 10s. We can insert into these two holes with a rounded off portion facing towards the flat. Just like that. And then step 3 is part number 211, which is on board number H1 on the left hand, top left. And there's 2 10s right inside of it, so we push those out, keep them for the next step. And then we need part number 209, the second part 209. It was right below on H1, below 211. So get that out. Now this one, hole at the top flat on the left, we put the 209 on the rightmost holes. All the way in. And 2 10s. Same as previous. These 2 holes with the round off facing towards the flat portion. Now we have 2 doors, left and right. Step number 5, we got part number 212, which is on board H2, right at the center here towards the top. And 2 parts number 213, they're on board which ones do they point to? On board number H1, the top right corner, and bottom right corner here. So with the round circle going towards you and round off section to the left, 213s insert into these 2 holes with the rounded portion facing towards that opening here, larger opening. Now we bring the ones with the door that these hinges are on the right. We bring it in and take the toothpick, kind of push it into that opening. We take the toothpick and we push through these 4 holes. I'm holding the hinges so to make sure I don't break those off. And we push those off as far as it can go. Until there's enough of the flat portion sticking out. So I'm gonna cut off part of the toothpick here so it's a flat portion, and then I'm gonna use the helping tool to get more of it in. So the bottom hinges are, so I got it as far as I could. I'm gonna cut off, clean up that top surface here so it looks nice and smooth. And then chop off the toothpick at the bottom. Now your doors should be on the hinge. Done with page 81. So that's our H3. Move it on the side. Step 2, H4. We need part number 214 on the bottom of H2. Right here. Now it's the other way around. So that round off portion facing to the right. And we insert 2 213s, which are on board number H1. clean up space here a little bit. Once again with the round portions or round surface facing towards that large opening. Insert the door. And then insert the toothpick. Step 4. I'm going to actually pre-cut a little bit. Let's see if I don't break it pushing it through. Check my balance skills. All right, almost there. A little more. The bottom ones are tough. There you go. A little more. So the door opens, we're good on the hinges there, and we just need to get that toothpick all the way in, flat, there we go, and then cut it off on the other side. Now we have another door, and that's our H4. It's page number 83. Step number 1, we take that H1 part and H2. With all the gears facing down, we insert that through the part there and leave it at the bottom. Now part 105, which 215 that fell out. So with the larger section here towards the top, we insert it into the 2 holes, one at the top here, and one on the bottom. And then let's see, turn it around so that round off piece to the right, H4, with the door towards the front. That's the last time the way assemble goes on the front, or the side that's facing you. As far as you can push it onto the tabs. I should say as far as it can go, rather, because you can, might be a little bit spacing issue. Our next step is 216, and let's see, 216 is on board number H1 on the right hand side here, closer to the bottom. And that's exclamation point, the little dot, so that would face that dot's gonna go into the, or little tab, it's gonna go into the bottom hole here. The opening's gonna go into that circular portion here. $219, which is right below it on the right hand side of board number 2, H1, sorry. H1. That's gonna go at the top, same way, so toward the round up the rounded portion towards the outside. So top hole, and into the hole here. Then 217, that's with the 2 dots. So it's just 1 dot, now it's 2 dots, 217, that's top right of the same board. That's gonna go into the second hole on the bottom. And that's the exclamation points, is that there are two dots, 2 marks. Up page 84, and then 218 is also top right corner. That one's got 3 little marks, dots. That's gonna go in the last hole here on the top. Slide it in the center hole. And now we do H3s on the other side, so this one's gonna have more parts. I'm gonna start with the larger tabs here on the sides first. Larger ones, and then feed these guys in. The little tabs. Make sure they fit. Now we can squeeze it harder to get all of these in. All around. Now we're done. Now we need about small section, so we have a half here. I'm gonna do, what is it, about 1.5 hours or so, and we need 2 of these. Another toothpick cut in half, or I'm gonna use up. I don't know if we need to cut off those toothpicks or not. So that should go about 30 millimeters. That's too short, so I'm gonna use another rubber band. That's 3 squares for me. A little piece of toothpick, so it's gonna go, let's see, first hole, we're gonna go on the outside here. So push the rubber band in. Push it in, and then use the toothpick to get it even further in. It's not working as well as it did before. Maybe a little thicker toothpick or rubber band. So try to use the toothpick to get it in. All right, it's not coming in. So I'll be back to it a little bit, in a little. All right, let's, new day. Let's try it again. So I'm gonna try to push these in. And it seems like they're not going in. So let's see, toothpick. As I've been struggling with it yesterday. Now, I guess I was just tired. Now let's see if we can push these through with the toothpick. You really should probably add those on before assembling. All right, I got one in. Just need to get deep enough so it sticks out on the other side that I can see, just to make sure I'm using toothpick to push the rubber band in. Into the hole. Until it's visible on the other side. All right, so just to make sure that there's enough length. All right, I can see it, so to make sure it's enough length in there. And so now I pushed it in, and I'm gonna use that little piece of toothpick that I had. Let's see, actually, let's just cut off to make a even one. I don't know if we're gonna need to, so just a small portion of it with the sharp end. I'm gonna slice it up. So it's nice clean cut, and I'm gonna put it in the same hole and then use the tool to push it in. Let's see, do we need to push it in? How far? Moving on to the page 85. Yeah, as far as you can until you lock the rubber band in place. So the toothpick is sticking through inside, and it holds the rubber band in place. So let's do the other piece. I need another 30mm one. And do the same thing on the other side. So one of these smaller toothpicks. And do the same thing on the opposite end. So I'm trying to feed it in. I'm gonna put one end of rubber band right next to the hole, and then I'm using the toothpick because I was trying that yesterday, and I guess been sitting for too long, but I'm using a sharp end or pointy end of toothpick to push that rubber band into the hole, because the holes are not big, or the rubber band is a little bigger. I can use the longer toothpick, it's just going to be easier to handle it, but pretty much I'm lining up the end and kind of push that end in. All right. Once you get it in, it's going to be a little bit easier, so you kind of like just slowly but surely shove it in into the little hole until it protrudes a little bit from the other side. Then you know it's good. Use a smaller piece of toothpick, make sure it's just a flat end there, and push it with a sharp end, kind of hold the rubber band in place to make sure it doesn't grab the whole thing, and just push it in until the toothpick's all the way through and flat with the surface there. So you got rubber band sticking out, toothpick is still there. Now we need two more pieces. So as I said, I'm just using whatever left over from my previous toothpick pieces. As you can see, I haven't cleaned them through the assembly, but obviously you're welcome to use the new pieces, as we still have plenty left. So all right, so the next step, that was step number 1 and 2. Next step, we need another toothpick, And let's see, so we open up the door, we bring the toothpick through underneath this frame, over into the door, and get it through that little hole on the door. All right, now that's gonna be a challenge. Let's see if we can pull some. So I pulled some just to make sure that's pulling on it so it doesn't pull back. And I'm doing the same thing. It's pretty much getting one end into that hole until it pops up on the other side. And I don't know if you can see it, but it pops up a little bit here, and I'm gonna use the toothpick and actually push it through. Hold the door, make sure you don't break it. And I'm gonna use the tool to help me. So now the toothpicks are holding the rubber band and gives that a little spring. For the doors. And I'm gonna push it in as far as it can go. And the little spring effect on there. Let's see, that was one side, and then I need to cut off the toothpick. And just like that. And we don't need to touch the ones on the inside, but I can also, if you can reach there, you can also cut it off and get it out. All right, so that was one side of the door, and now the other side of the door, we're gonna do the same thing. Let's see, I'm just gonna prepare the toothpick. Cut to make sure it's flat end. Open the door, and same thing, you bring the rubber band through underneath the frame. Stretch it up a little bit so you get it. So you'll be able to get part of it into the hole. The other side is a little tougher. And once you get it in, you just push little by little. Until a little bit of it sticking out from the other side. And then you can hold it from the other side and then use the toothpick that you pre-cut. Where's it? Right here. Push it through that hole using the tool. So once you get the little bit of a toothpick in there, that should hold the rubber band, and then you push it in, holding the part, make sure you don't break it. And now you got another side of the door, or the second door. So I'm gonna cut off that extra rubber band there. Piece, and then pre-cut the toothpick, snap it off, and then gonna go on the other, like on the inside, open the door and slice off the toothpick on the inside so it doesn't stick there. All right, so we're done with the toothpicks. Page 85 is complete. Let's see, cleaned up the area a little bit. Page number 86, step 1, 2 parts 220. So I have one in front of me, and both of them are on H. Well, there's one on H1. This is from H2. So we need 4 total for the steps 1 and 2. I can get rid of the board H1 board. There's nothing left there. H2, there's 2 more on the top, right in the center. And there's 2 holes on here with these little openings facing down. We insert them into there, turn it around. And get the other 2 pieces in there. All right, next step, 221, 2 of them. They're on the right-hand side of board H2. Skis. And these gonna go with these little holes that you see on them. Well, obviously they're facing forward, that little sloped portion. We need to insert these where the holes are at into parts 220, and then you snap it in, so it's gonna sit in there nice and perfect, just like that. Next step, we need part number 222, and that's that little piece that came out some time ago. That's on board H3 right here within the center. So we take that. There's 3 holes on there. We need 2 toothpicks cut in halves. One and 2. And 3 of them, well, obviously wax the gear. I barely got anything left here on the wax on the candle. And the toothpicks push through these 3 little tiny holes. 1. Once again, I'm holding right by the hole so I don't break any parts off. Push that through. Then we need part number 223, which is on board H3, right below the center, below the middle here, and to the left of the center. So get that out, and let's see. Insert it from the side of the toothpick. In the end, I don't think it matters much, but I mean, on the picture that they show, the round off portion kind of facing the counterclockwise direction. The flat portion is facing the clockwise. So I'm gonna do the same thing, just for the aesthetics portion, and then we cut off the toothpicks. From that rotor. Okay, now we're done with page 86, moving on to the page number 87, and that rotor is going to go on the back with the gear towards the inside. Onto that part that is sticking out, I'm going to put a little bit wax on it, right on the edges. Then put that, line it up, line up the gears, and then it locks up with the 224, which is right below, a little bit below the middle at the center of H3. That goes, locking that in place. Now we're done with step 2. Step number 3, we need parts 226 and 225. So 226 right here on board H3 and 225 bottom right corner. 225 is on the bottom. And then you line up, it's got a little tabs on there. And then you line up the holes to make sure these T-shaped holes are same way. And then you need parts 227, which 2 of them on the bottom right corner of H3 and 1 of them on the H2 bottom, oh sorry, bottom left corner and bottom right corner of the H2. Now let's see, make sure all the angle facing kind of down towards the counterclockwise side. That's the way they're showing it. That's the exclamation point, and it's in the same direction all around. So we're going to insert one first. I'm pushing it against the surface there. Slide it in, and now the other 2 sides. So let's see, down towards the clockwise direction, down. So they'll squeeze the 3 parts together. Then I'm using my helping tool to get them in a little further. And then we put the blades on there to 28. They're top right corner of H3. Those are the last parts on here. And these go with the blades, once again, with the smooth or round off facing towards the clockwise direction. Pretty much you want to face them the same direction. Now we're done with page 87. Page 88, need to put a little, well, we had some wax on there already, so we just put it at the top. As far as it can go. There's a step, so we just leave it on there, and then our helicopter is done. Page 89, well, let's see if everything rotates nice and smooth. You want the rotation to clear all the burrs, so I'm gonna play around until it's nice and smooth. So when the blades, top blades rotate, the rear one, rotor should rotate, and then you want to play with it a little bit until you don't feel any of that sticking. It's a large system, so you want to reduce that as much as possible. So as you can see, everything's moving nice and smooth as I spin it without any sticking. And we're done with that. Now page 89, we take our large assembly and we want to put the helicopter on here. So you push it in, there's that surface right here. You want to get it right into these openings. So your gear is going to be spinning the propeller, that outside gear. So you bring it in, kind of like a little bit under the angle. Let's see which way it would be better. Here you go. And you lock the helicopter right on the end there. So push it down until it's locked. So now it's sitting on the tower. Let's see, maybe I need to bring the camera a little bit higher up, but let's see if it's gonna work. Moving on to the page, I'm gonna put it aside for now. Moving on to the page where there's a lot of reading. Page 90. So first thing first, adjustment of the counterweight mechanism. After assembling the whole model, fix the helicopter on the bar and add coins to the maximum available diameter to the mechanism holder until the bar assumes a horizontal position. After this, fix the retainer. All right, so this is our system here. And let's see, the helicopter is a little bit heavier on my side. So like if you look, well, if I see it, so it's kind of tilting towards the helicopter a little bit as I'm letting it sit. So I need to add the coins. Let's see, so my system's leaning towards the helicopter. So you can add the coins right here at the end. So you pull that little tab out, the one that we inserted, so it's nice little connections on here, and you can put coins in here, and this thing on a rubber band, so you can pull it out a little bit to fit coins, and you need to fit as many as you can, or the largest diameter possible. I mean, I guess different weights and everything, to get the helicopter fixed on a level. So let's see. Oop. Double check. It is leaning. Helicopter is leaning towards that level. So I need maybe a quarter or so. So I'll be back. All right, I'm back with 4 coins. If you just quarters in my case, and I'm gonna put them in one by one to see if it's gonna change. The tilt a little bit. All right, 3 maybe. All right, 3 coins. Now it's level. No. No. Maybe a 4th one will do the trick. So I was able to get 4 coins in there. I don't think you can get any more because they're gonna start falling out from the back. So now it's sitting somewhat level. Put a retainer back in there. Don't know if it's gonna help or not, but the coins are sitting in there. So now it's level for me, at least. Yep. Next step, moving on to the page number 91, and then configure this wash plate. There are 4 tensioners, rollers for adjustment. Roller number 1 turns clockwise 6-7 turn, so that the skew machine bends forward towards the adjustable roller. Compensate roller number 2 to the horizontal position. Rollers number 3 and 4 repeat the manipulation. Thereby achieving an absolutely flat surface of the bar. So this bar on the bottom here, or not bottom here, that we need to adjust. So let's see, this is a very bottom right here. So this is numbered, let's see, adjustment plate towards me. So if you read adjustment plate, one on the left is going to be number 1, and one on the right is going to be number 3. So we need, there are 4 tensioners. Roller number 1, turn clockwise 6-7 turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, It's not gonna go 7, but it unwinds, so I guess as much as I go, and then compensate on the other side by roller number 2 until some plate, oh, this plate, which is going to be directly counterclockwise, looks like it, on the back there. And we're talking about that caution plate, the one that I'm going to pull on that. Releasing a little bit 1 and 2 to get it flat, and then we'll do, pull on 1 a little bit. So I'm playing it to get that plate that it says caution by its own weight. I'm playing with the 2 diagonal ones, a little bit here, a little bit there. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. So right now it's 3 and I guess 4 diagonally from each other. I mean, at least that's the number. It looks like that's the numbering that they gave. And 1 and 2 also diagonally from each other. I'm playing with these to get that plate, that the one that says caution, horizontal to my surface, or my table, I guess, in this case. So I'm just I'm releasing them and tying them up a little bit to get that adjustment in. Here we go. And then until it's flat, I mean, you want to play with it, give it a little push a little bit, just so it adjusts, because there might be some friction involved in there to not keep it straight. So now my long arm is straight, the caution plate is perpendicular or parallel to this to the table. Moving on to the page number 92. There's a lot of red marks on here, or red font. It says, attention, put the model on a flat surface and make sure that it stands firmly, does not slip. Make sure that the distance from the face of the bar with the model is at least 50 centimeters and nothing prevents the free rotation of the model. Pilot the model only with safety or in safety glasses. Just to make sure if anything flies off. And then we're off to the piloting. Page 93, it says, starting the engine, bring the ECK engine control knob to position 1, which is pull up, then down towards you, until you hear a click, locking mechanism. So now it doesn't move anywhere. That's locking. Then rotate the engine valve number 2 counterclockwise 25 half turns. So that's this side right here. And we do 25, let's see, that's a moment of truth. 25 turns. So half turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me move that portion out. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm a little bit afraid to go any further for now. I want to start off and easy on it to see how far we can go. So I feel a little bit of tension. As you can see, my rubber bands are pretty tight on there. So maybe another turn. Don't want to risk it. So we did that. Now our next step is to launching the model is on ECK. Pull the trigger with the inscription pull-ups and slowly, smoothly move the ECK to position 2. There be regulating the rotation speed of the engine. Gonna continue reading before we go. The RPM module, the maximum speed limit of the engine is limited to the form of an sheave. All right, with the knob on the mark 0 or 0 mark, the engine speed is reduced to the minimum speed, and when the handle is at the 150 mark, the engine speed is reduced to the maximum engine speed, or increased to the maximum. So there's some wording. Need to rephrase it, so to say. So with the knob on the 0 mark, the engine speed is at the minimum, and then when you turn it to 150, that would increase it to the maximum speed. By adjusting the RPM module handle, you can achieve the ideal engine speed for each of the proposed aircraft models. So right now we're with the helicopter, and then there is also a plane that we're going to build a little bit later after we test this model out. So that's page number 95, and page number 96 is steering wheel control. So it's not steering wheel, it's steering joystick. After starting the engine, hold the control gear in neutral by the joystick. The joystick makes it possible to control the aircraft and set it in the desired flight path. So the idea here that, let's see, this joystick right here, the one that I'm holding, so that's the one that's gonna do tilting backwards, tilting forwards. Then you push, if you pull it towards yourself, that's gonna lift the aircraft up, and if you pull it towards, it's gonna lift it down a little bit. So the flight path will change along the way. So I'm not sure if you can see it. So that's the joystick that I have right under the airplane here. This guy. We just last piece of the puzzle that we were creating. So right, left, forward, backwards. Obviously it acts as a joystick so you can rotate it, and as you can see, my whole system moves, the tower moves. So that's the actual operation. Now the moment of truth. We lift up, and unfortunately my let's see, let me see if I can increase the height of where my camera is so you guys can see the operation too. All right, I lifted up the camera a little bit. Let's see if we're gonna be able to, if I'll be able to show you, or the moment of truth, as I said. So we move this forward, and then let's see, right now it's at, we'll do 75 rotational speed, so that's the maximum you can move it forward to. All right, so that we need to see, let's see, start for the whole system to start moving. I release the mechanism, locking mechanism. Now I need to figure out why it's not releasing. The moment of truth did not come. So it's moving one direction but doesn't want to unwind. No? See. lock it back up for now. And trying to figure out what the issue is. Why it's not moving. Let's see, let's try to remove the helicopter first, because that's additional system that we don't want. And then release that and see if it's gonna move around. All right, so it unwinds. So I feel there's a lot of tension in the system. And we're gonna try to see what wheels we can spin in order to release that tension. All right, so this I move the lever all the way forward position, and then as I'm spinning the engine, actually you can see that the top arm is rotating, so the motion is there. There's just a lot of friction. So let's see, let's play around with it a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I have the lever released right now, so I'm just playing with the system to let it work itself in. So as you can see, as I'm spinning it, I pull it back a little bit. That should be in a slower position, so that's where the locking is. Let's see, I'm gonna lock it right now, release it forward. And you see, as I'm spinning winding up the mechanism, it spins, rotates. So we're good to go there. If we move the joystick, that joystick speed controller back a little bit, and move it forward, it's gonna release. So there is friction, and you can see it and you can feel it a little bit. So let's see, pull it back, pull it forward. As you can see, it starts moving, and then it will start moving faster and faster with every single time. So I'm going to continue playing with it for now, a little more. And as you can see, the speed is much faster with every single turn. So the system is released now, all the friction. Let's see, let's do 25 turns. Okay, let me release the system completely. Unwind the rubber bands. All right, so now they're completely unwound. Gonna lock the mechanism back, and let's see, 25 half turns. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm getting a little bit too tight there, so I don't want to go 25 at this point of time. So, and then as I move the joystick forward, you can see that the system will start releasing and actually moving forward. So there's a little bit friction in the motor, and that's what I need to play with. So the operation of the joystick, what I see, there's like that rubber band, the thick rubber band that we installed at some point of time, that's actually braking on a wheel there. So that's what's braking it. So as you move it completely forward, that's taking the rubber band away from that wheel. So it opens up and lets the mechanism spin. Now, if you pull it back, the rubber band is pushing against the wheel and actually braking it. So it's kind of like acting as a brake, and slows it down. And slows it down significantly. But the idea is of the brake. Now, moment of truth has come, but now under the angle, once again, put the helicopter back on. Everything is interconnected, and now we're gonna pull that back. Are almost unwound, so I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 turns. I'm gonna release the brake, hold the lever here, release the brake, and that should push the helicopter forward. And we might need a little bit of a push. So it looks like that the gears in the helicopter are blocking it. So now we need to clear that friction up. So that's what I was talking about with the, if you feel a little bit of a friction, within the helicopter movements, that's what's preventing it from smoothly rolling around. And as you can see, if I'm spinning the blades here, it unwinds and lets it go around. Might want to move a little bit out of the way. And let's see, lock it back up. Let's take the helicopter off again. Let's see if there is smooth enough. Nope. The motion is not smooth enough, so we want to play with it. There's something's locking somewhere, one of the gears. Let's see, this system operates just fine. The helicopter is the one that's screwy. And try it again. Sometimes you just need to give it a little of a push. Fly, bird, fly. just a little tiny friction somewhere within the helicopter now. Oh, here we go. Maybe the gears are not perpendicular. Look it up. So this system works fine. Almost fine. But at least we know that it unwinds and moving the way it's supposed to. So, and then once again, the more you play with it, the more it's easier it's gonna move. Work it in a little bit, even further. Continue playing with it. And the more, once again, the more you play, the less friction is going to become, because the gears going to adjust to them to each other. All the burr is going to be kind of like removed because of the friction. As you can see now, the speed is getting faster and faster, and I'm just like winding and unwinding it pretty much just to get it fully unwound. Another try. Some movement. We're getting better. So we did get the movement with the helicopter off, but now the helicopter is giving us the ton of friction. That sound is the gear slipping. See, we got, all right, trying to see if there is some issues with the helicopter, but I mean, there is a little bit, I feel, of friction when you spin it, and there's like a specific spot where there's like a little hesitation that I feel. So we'll need to continue playing around with the helicopter. So we see that the tower works, right? The helicopter, not much. Might have stripped the gear a little bit. Let's see what would be the best way to get to it, if I can get to it. So partial disassembly would be required to check what's going on with the helicopter there. Have removed the blades. Make sure everything is seated properly. Wind it up. Somewhere too much tension within the helicopter. Whoa! Now looks like the gear's stripped. Yeah, the rear rotor is not rotating. So that's indication the gear has, stripped the gear on inside the helicopter. And let's see. All right, so we'll need to come back to that mechanism. In the meantime, let's see. So we know the tower is working. Now we need to come back and fix the gear inside here. So all I'm gonna do is just turn it upside down because it's stripped from underneath. Double check all the mechanism, resand everything, let's see, readjust, just to make sure that it doesn't have that little stutter there. But I'll be going with you guys while doing that. So, but in the meantime, I'm gonna put it aside. Hopefully you don't mind the height. I'm gonna continue with the assembly of the airplane. So we're gonna get that assembled, and then come back to the helicopter just to do a quick fix on it. Hopefully we're not going to have the same issue with the airplane. So we're on page number 98. Okay, we're on page number 98, assembly of the airplane. So let's see. First part, or 3 little boards. So the first one is A4. We need parts number 229, which is right here, the little pieces right here. And we need 5 of them. So we do carefully pull them out. You might want to use the tool because these are tiny little parts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And actually one of my number 4 kind of split a little bit, so there's an additional, the one that says 229 plus, that's your spare one. So if you damage one, just pull that one out. So we got 5 of them. I'm gonna throw the damaged one out. And then we need 5 part number 41, which are all on board number A5. So 3 right here in the corner. 1, 2, 3, bottom left, 4 towards the middle there, 5, and I'm sure we're gonna use more because there's more on these boards. All right, so we send these. Little parts, 41s. And we put a wax on them. So in addition, the wax is needed on the edges of those 229 parts. So just 41. As far as it can go. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we also put a little bit of a wax on these round off. I guess it's piston rods. All right, done. Step number 2, we need part number 230, which is on board number A4, top left corner. And 5 toothpicks got in half. Three, 4, and 5. And we need through these holes one by one, push them through. Two, 3, some of them easier because the toothpicks are thinner, some of them a little harder for the thicker toothpicks, but the result is the same. One broke off, which shouldn't matter because we're going to be cutting that off as long as you have enough length on there to insert the parts on top. And we used up all 10. Next step number 3, we need parts number 231. And these guys are top right corner of the same board. And okay, and we insert these 231s on the pairs of the toothpicks that are right next to each other. That's our step number 3. Let's see. Okay. Careful, don't poke yourself with the toothpicks. And now we cut off every other one that is on the clockwise side of these sub-assemblies. So the one on the right stays, the one on the left we cut off. Or pre-cut and snap off, just like this. Next step is step 5. We insert these, let's see, onto 232, which is also on A4. And we get these little pistons on the outside into the holes, and then that sub-assembly we insert it onto the one with the toothpick. Alrighty, and then cover it up with 233, which is also on board A4, right in the center here. And then let's see, with these holes on a clockwise side on the right, if you look at the top one, we slowly and carefully push it over the top of that assembly. And cut off the toothpicks as shown in step number 8. Alrighty, we're done with that, and that's our P4. Put it aside. Next step, 234s, which are on board A6. Bottom here, right at the center. 41, 1, and part 235, which is also on A6, top left corner here. Just need 1 for now. That's a step 1. So let's see, 41, as always, send it. Put a little wax on the outside, although it doesn't say at this point. But we still want to do it. Push the 235 through. All the way in. And then that goes through 234 with this little thinner piece towards you, I guess at this point, and then this part coming from the left, and then lock it with the 236, which is also on board number 6, from the left. So that 41 and 235 come in from the right, and the wheel from the left. Put it in, done, make sure it spins, and then we do the same thing except mirror image of it. So 230, let's see, 234, 235, 236, and 141. Now 41, send it down, waxed, put the 235 through it, and then with the thin portion towards you, we go with that sub-assembly from the left now and the wheel from the right. That's how we'll get the mirror image of it. Just like this. Next step is parts number 237, which is on board number A4, bottom right corner here. And 79, which is on board A6 on the bottom left. And we insert 279 from the longer portion. And that needs to go all the way down to the end here. So there's like a little not step, but connection point that you want to clean off. Move it all the way to the end. Then 241s, board A5. There's, looks like 3 left, so we just need 2 for now. I would clean them. And knowing previous experience, although it doesn't look like it's gonna go into in between, not gonna serve as a wheel or anything like that, I still want to put a little bit of wax just in case, if it has to. And then you push these all the way up to the 79. Then we do another one, a 79. And you know what, I'm gonna do, send the one that I already have on there just in case, and send the connection points and wax the one I just pulled off. So the second one all the way up to the 41s, and then the third 41. Put it on the side here. Looks like our final 41 for this whole Aviator assembly. That's gonna go all the way at the end. Also wax it a little bit, sand it and wax it. And we've got our P3 on here. Moving on to the page 100. These are on the sides. We need parts number 240 and 239. They are on the right hand side of A5. So 239, that's long piece right here, and 240 is on the bottom here, left, a little bit to the left of 239. And then we need part number 238, which is on board number A4, right here, right at the center. So let's see, 240 is going to go with the little tab towards you, and we insert right by the gauge here into this little slot as far as it can go. And then the 239 piece with the tab towards you, that shorter piece, and the fourth hole from away from you, we insert the bottom portion. I would put a little bit, before going further, we put a little bit of wax there onto these little tabs that we're inserting, because that's gonna be locking with another mechanism on there. So just a little bit of a wax, and let's repeat it one more time. And then the other side, we put the 241, so which was right next to 238. Same thing. Wax these little connections in, and then we wiggle it in. To get it locked in place. Next step is 242. We need, let's see, 2 of them at this point of time for step number 3 and step number 4. And both of those, or there's 4 of them, they're on the bottom right of A4 with, let's see, so there's like a straight tab and there's one a little bit under the angle. So with the straight tab towards this piece on here, we go looking from the front, I guess with the longer piece towards the back. We insert it on the left hand side into the first hole on the bottom here, with the round off portion towards the outside, just like that. And then the second one, or the other way, step 3 I should do, we're gonna go into that hole here that is under the angle at the top. Our next step is part number 243, which is also on board A4, bottom left here. It's got a little hole that needs to face at the top. And here we need to kind of squeeze it in to get into the holes, and at the same time we need to insert the 232, or sorry, 242s into the corresponding holes there. On the side. That complete part of our assembly. Moving on to the 101. So our step number 1, we pull that part P3 and wax that other 79 also, just in case. We put it through that hole in the middle from the front, and then we put part number 244, which is in the bottom left of board number A6. Let's see, and there's a little directionality on here, so make sure you match it and stick it on. Let's see, it's doesn't go all the way in. There's like only a specific distance that it puts you can put it in, because there's like a little tab there. It's gonna hold it in place. And then we put two more 242s, bottom right of A4. Same thing with the thicker portion towards the back here, and top hole and bottom hole. And then that goes 101. Moving on to the page 102, part 245, bottom left, almost bottom left of A4. Same thing, wax the tabs a little bit. And we insert it into the, locking it in place first. With the 243, or maybe put it on 242s. Let's see what would be the better way. 242s, and then make sure line it up. Push it down to lock it with the 243. Okay. Step number 2, two parts 246, which are on board A5, top right corner. These gonna go into the front 2 holes here. And then that whole assembly, we put a P1 over it. Line up with the 4 tabs. Four holes. And put it on. Now it's a little tight for the rotation here, but as we move it, need to release it up a little bit. And our final step is put 247. It's right in the middle of board A5. That's gonna go on with that long piece on the bottom, 2 holes, or 2 holes on the right hand side here, just like that. And then once again, double check to make sure that this spins freely. As free as I can. Alrighty, step 103, we need parts number 248, which is in the center on the bottom here of board A5. Need to wax that little hook on here, and that gets inserted on the left hand side in the hole. Then we need part number 249, which is back on board number A4, bottom left. Also put a little bit of a wax on these little hooks. that with the holes facing down, that goes the part 248 through the middle hole and the second hole on the bottom. And that gets slide into the hole here towards the top. Now we need part number 250, top right corner of A5, with that little angular hole cut out towards the back, with the front hole going through the middle there, or through the 249 top. And then 251 board A4 top right, and we're done with that board. Put some wax on the little tabs. Once again with the holes towards the bottom, that locks in into these little tabs. A little bit of a pressure to get them connected, then you're good. And the next piece is 252, which is, let's see, on board number A5, right in the middle at the left of the center line here. That goes on the inside and into the bottom two holes of the parts number 249 and 251. Just like that, all the way in, and we're done with our base. Moving on to the page number 104, part 253, which is on the right hand side of board A6, a little bit above the middle. Hooks, same thing, a little bit of a wax. That goes with a curved one towards the inside. And then 254, which is the bottom right of board A6, with these tabs facing down. Once again, don't forget the wax on them. That gets inserted in these holes. Somewhat complex construction, if you ask me. I might have not inserted this piece correctly. Let's see. So with the shorter piece, it needs to go in. Good thing I waxed it, so it actually, yeah. So with the shorter and more curved pieces towards the back, shorter piece inside, and then it fits nice then with these sub-assembly here. .254, and then 255 on the other side. Once again with the, this one doesn't matter, but it has a hook, so a little bit of a wax goes on the opposite end. And then 256, once again two little hooks. These should be facing up now. Let's see. So the one in the middle first, and then we line it up and snap it together. A little bit of pressure. Work them in. Here we go, all the way in. A little tough, but need to get them in, make sure they lock. And then 257s, two of them, they are on board number A5. Once again, don't forget to wax the little hooks. So these little hooks gonna go towards the inside and connect it all the way to the end. One side and then the other side, just like that. And then 258 with a shorter and flat portion towards the top. And we get it all the way at the end. Just like that. And then 259, that's part on the A5 with UGears facing down. That goes right in the middle hole for the rear. Page 105, part 250, on board A6, 260, sorry, top left. Pull out that 235 block out of there. Then we need to wax these little tabs. And with a round off portion like this, that goes, let's see, into the bottom here. Actually, no, we need to turn it upside down. So this thing is on the left. It goes right into these holes. On the bottom. And part, then you kind of insert it under the angle, and then this part gets right into the hole, locking it in place. Push it in, and we got one wing. Step number 2 is done. All right, so that was part number 260. Moving on to step number 3. Part number 261, that's right below 260 and A6 to the left here, below the middle. There is additional part number 235 inside. We can take that out, put it on the side. And then the same thing, we just wax the tabs. And we insert it on the opposite side, locking it together with the other wing. Here we go. And let's see, so that's upside down. And then parts number 262, both of those are on board A5 on the bottom left. So these are somewhat fragile. right, that board is done. And these go, let's see, I guess it wouldn't matter which way, but that little beam, cross beam, that's on the outside, and it's gonna go towards the back, up and back, or down and back, I guess. Wait, I'm putting it from the wrong side. Down and towards the back. Just want to match it. Let's see, there's no specification. One is going a little bit forward, one is going a little bit back. So it should be as a letter N. But towards the back, so there's a little tilt, so that needs to go towards the back. And I'm gonna redo the other side, just pull it out carefully, and the same thing. And now we're done with 105, moving on to part page number 106 and part number 263. That's the long piece here on board A6. And then 236, we can remove that internal pieces there all together. That's upside down and towards the back. Let's see if we did it correctly. No. So these need to tilt forward. So I'm gonna redo them. Just take them out and move them forward. And now everything should fit properly. Yep. All right. We live, we learn. All right, towards the front. And now we insert in step number 2, insert the wheels. With the thin towards the back. Let's see. Then the wheel towards the outside of the plane. One on one side, one on the other, just like this. Step number 4 is the last piece. Is part number 264, and that's a little propeller. And that goes right on that little thin piece here. Just like that. And let's see, we do need little rubber bands, 2 of them. So, and that goes on inside. Let's see, we loop it. Okay, so the one set, we loop it underneath the engine. We bring it over onto the other side. I'm gonna use the paper clip that we had from the earlier assemblies. Okay, and I move that paper clip. Let's see, the little bend there. Just make sure I get it into one end and then the other. So, and that's on the bottom, so we hook up. I'm gonna hook up right away. I'm gonna hook up rubber band. No, let's do it this way. Through the top wing. Yep. Feels like I'm in a rush, but I'm just trying to finish up that video that it's not too long. So I push the rubber band through the first holes here. Make sure it's on the T. And then grab it by the paper clip. Hold on, let me line it up. Squeeze the rubber band inside that loop and get the rubber band pulled through. Just like that. Hold it. I guess pull it through again, the holes. Let's see, just the right holes as shown on the picture. And considering I never had that question asked before, everybody knows where it should go. Pull the rubber band out. And let's see, we just need to make sure to straighten it out. Get it unwind and maybe flip a little bit so it looks nice. Just like that, one end. And then the other end, gonna do the same thing, but it's gonna go through the top parts. Was it 242s, if I'm not mistaken? So we hook it on a T, push it through the hole here. I'll push it through the, well, it doesn't have to go through, but it can go either in front or behind. I'm gonna do in front for these. Paper clip through the parts. Hook the rubber band on a paper clip, pull it back. Hold it. Pull it all the way in and we're done. So the two rubber bands holding in here and we're done with the page 107. So the assembly is complete. Now, as I promised, we're gonna go back. Well, first of all, we need to make sure this plane is operational. As we remember, the tower is operational. Now the question is if the plane's gonna work, because helicopter did not. So I'm gonna bring the tower here, hook up our plane, which is easier a little bit because you're on the outside. And all right, the plane is operational, except we need to work it in a little bit. So just like on the actual tower, so the plane is a little bit tough. And the plane goes partially, but it is operational, so just need to work it. The propeller is moving, everything is unwinding, so let's see. Pull it back. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A little hesitation, but so we just need to work the system a little bit. As you play more with it, everything's gonna settle better, and then will operate much smoother. So as you can see, like the same thing, I had a little bit more hesitation inside the plane, so let's see if we can easily wax the parts. All right, at this point of time, I'm just holding the joystick down and I'm winding it up and then releasing the plane just to let it play around a little bit until it fully burrs out or cleans out all the restrictions that might be not allowing it to fly freely. So as you can see, there is we're making it about two loops now with a little push. And then a little bit more, and then that should clear out and then you should be able to get it working properly. All right, so as far as the airplane, we just need to wax it up a little bit, but as you can see, the tower is releasing pretty much almost completely, so a little bit more playing around and then we should be good to go. All right, so the tower is cleared. A little bit more lubrication on the plane just to get it moving smoother. Let's see, there's still a little bit of a hesitation, so you might want to apply more wax to the gears here. But let's get back to the our helicopter. Okay, we're back to our helicopter where we need to re-lubricate everything a little bit. Let's see. You can remove some portions. We wouldn't be able to remove the whole thing, but some of the parts gotta come off. More or less easy. So I'm just trying to get to this sub-assembly here to pull it out. Bottom portion, we'll rotate it out, get it off, and now we can get, let's see, so we can get this gear off from inside. That's what I'm doing. And as it's stripped a little bit, I'm gonna, I will rotate it to the other side, and this gear too. So I'm taking that whole sub-assembly out. These gears. Smooth motion. And this gear, I'll just flop it upside down as it did get stripped a little bit. Alrighty. The whole sub-assembly back. Well, the problem is there's like a lot of parts that are moving against each other. So the motion should be as easy, as smooth as possible. So I want to put a little bit more wax on these gears here. On the side, just to get the operation a little smoother and simpler. Let's see. And as I mentioned before, that we want to use generous amounts of wax just to make sure that the operation will be smooth. Let's see, I stripped one side here, so I'm gonna put it towards the inside. gears out of the way. Just to put this guy on. Stick it back on. Get it locked in. Put the parts back on, the ones that we take off, and pretty much in the same sequence that you were taking them off. Let's see. Let's see. All right, most of the parts back in place. Just line up these guys. All right. And put a rotor back on. Feels like the operation is much smoother than it was before, but we can test it out right now on the tower. So bring the tower back on. Put the helicopter in. I was hoping I'm still recording. All right, so. Alright, now the helicopter is much smoother operation. So I think it was just the gear that were not sitting perpendicular and not enough wax. So just added more wax, troubleshoot. And let's see if it's gonna spin a couple times, then we're good to go, and then we just continue playing until it's fully operational. So, all right, now we got everything working. And then we just continue playing until it gets nice and smooth for me. If you guys applied enough wax, that should not be a problem at all. And as you can see, the application of the lubricant actually provides much smoother operation. So that completes our assembly of Aviator. If there are any questions, please leave comments below. As you can see, I did make a couple mistakes during the assembly. I have pointed them out in the video. Hopefully you guys don't repeat that. Once again, plenty of wax, sand everywhere where possible to reduce the friction, and then you should get yourself a working model at the end. Don't forget, if you need any part replacements, they're available through me or through the manufacturer. If you purchase the part through me, I will replace it at no charge from my warehouse in the US. If you placed it elsewhere, or not of one of my affiliates, I can either replace them for free or request to replace them for free through the manufacturer, which ships from Ukraine 3-4 weeks, or a small shipping charge of $3.50. I can ship it out of US. Send requests to info@ugears.us. Once again, this is Dimitri with Ukidz LLC UGears. My website is www.ugears.us, where you can find more models, and UGears Replenisher, where creates new ones pretty much every couple months. We'll see you guys next time with the next model. See you later. Bye.